Well, hey, would you look at that? A new compilation of old stories I narrated. This one's about my favorite monster, the werewolf. Or is it a dogman? Y'all can discuss the differences if you like, but this video will be dedicated to both of those. Enjoy, and be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org. I'm looking to narrate your sea monster stories. Also, follow Freaky Folklore and Redwood Bureau on Spotify or Apple Podcasts for more scary goodness. Now, let's begin. Werewolf on the Old Road, Encounter Part 1, from Camper. At 18 years old, I moved away to the city for college. I lived on campus, which was required by the university at the time. Fine by me. My roommate, Caleb, and I quickly became friends, after discovering we shared the same interests and hobbies, especially smoking up. We weren't allowed to smoke the devil's lettuce on campus, so we'd often take nighttime rides in his old Nissan. We'd always go down these old back roads several miles away from campus. There was an area in these back roads where there was just one streetlight on the road. It had an eerie orange glow, and it was the only streetlight we'd found on those roads, as if it was the only one that had been installed and was soon forgotten. Kinda creepy, yeah, but it made for a fantastic spot to just chill and smoke. Caleb and I would sit there for hours, going back and forth with childhood stories or work stories, the latter of which I didn't have many of, because I'd only ever had one job, the one I currently worked at, which was Starbucks. I remember the first encounter all too clearly. "Dude, what was the craziest order you've ever gotten at Starbucks?" Caleb asked me, as he began to take another toke. "Bro, I've only been there for about 3 months now," I replied, shaking my head with a smile. Come on, you've had to have had an annoying order so far, right? At least one," he insisted. I thought for a moment, my mind going a quarter of the speed it should have been, when finally something came to mind. Well, there was this one drive-thru order where a guy ordered just 2 shots of espresso and 8 times whipped cream. Caleb held in the smoke and looked at me with the biggest WTF face he could muster. "What's even the point of that?" he managed to say. "I don't really know. Better yet, when the guy pulled through, he wasn't wearing anything but boxers." Caleb exhaled and cleared his throat. "Now that's something I can agree with. I hate pants, man. Annoying to take off and annoying to put on." He handed me the cig, and I nodded as if to say "hear, hear" in agreement, when something happened that startled us. I nearly dropped the cig in the floor. Something rubbed up against the car. Something big enough to make it shake back and forth. I remember gripping with my free hand the seat, then looking over at Caleb with wide eyes. We didn't say anything for a moment. We kinda just waited there, seeing what was gonna happen. Then we began to scan the side and rearview mirrors. On my side of the car, the passenger side, I saw this large, hairy black shape. It was rubbing its body roughly against the rear fender well, or whatever you call that part of the car right above the wheel, the edge of that opening. This creature was definitely huge, easily the size of one of us, and obviously strong enough to push the car side to side. It reminded me of the videos I've seen online, of bears rubbing themselves against things to scratch their itchy spots. That's what I assumed it was. "Caleb, dude, there is a black bear over here scratching his hip on the car," I said to my friend next to me. "Quit joking, dude, what the heck is that?" I leaned over closer to the side view mirror, without letting the window down, of course. "I'm telling you, Caleb, it's a freaking black bear." Caleb slowly raised himself from his seat to get a better angle. "Holy crap, dude. This is the closest I've ever been to a bear," Caleb admitted. Do you think we should drive away?" I asked him. I don't know. Maybe we should just wait it out. I mean, we don't have any food. I don't think he wants in here. I think he's just itchy." So the two of us watched and waited for this black, hairy creature to finish scratching himself. But you know how animals sometimes do normal things extra long? You ever watch a cat sneeze and he sneezes for like 5 minutes? Or watch a dog scratch himself with his teeth for like 20 minutes straight? Well, that's kind of the situation we got ourselves in. The supposed bear kept scratching himself on the car for the next 12 minutes. All the while, the two of us were too afraid to move, thinking we would alert our guest. In reality, a bear would have been scared and would just run away if he heard us. But in our high and scared minds, we were seriously thinking the bear would attack us and try to get in the car. Anyway, after those long 12 minutes, something even more confusing and astonishing happened. The creature rose up on two legs. Yeah, everyone knows bears stand up on two legs too. The difference here was the shape of the thing after it stood up. This thing was slender, with lots of juts and angles to its body. Its torso was only about a third the length of its legs, and its legs were backwards bending. At least I think they were. They were long and seemingly muscular, which was obvious even through that thick black fur that covered it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think bear legs get that long. I looked up at the head, which was about 7 feet in the air at this point at full height, well above the car's height, but still just low enough that I could see it through my window. What I saw were pointed ears and dark eyes. In fact, I could only see the eyes because they reflected the orange light of the streetlight. Whatever this thing was, it raised up its right arm or leg? I'm not sure what it would be called. It wasn't actively using it to stand, but it raised up its right upper limb and began to gnaw at the elbow region, an action that reminded me completely of my old dog scratching his leg. Think about how a dog scratches their body, by rapidly chomping their teeth on the spot with little bitty bites. That's what this thing was doing. In everything except its body's shape, it reminded me of a dog or a canine. There was definitely a snout, and ears that seemed perky and pointed. I didn't look over at Caleb, but I could tell from his silence that he had seen this thing stand up too. I don't remember either of us even breathing as we watched. In one quick motion, the creature slapped its other arm onto the surface of the top of the car, apparently using it to balance and lean himself on the car. The movement from its rapid scratching traveled through its body and into the claw that was on top of the car now, causing the most irritating, ear-rattling metallic sound that was akin to but worse than nails on a chalkboard. The moment we heard it, we both shot our hands up to our ears, covering them. But Caleb made a terrifying mistake. When he covered his ears, he instinctively muttered a curse word in annoyance. When he realized he'd said anything, his eyes shot wide open. I watched in horror as his face turned, not to me, but to the passenger window right next to me. And at the same time that happened, the sound of the scratching on the roof and the gnawing of the creature's arm both stopped. Something told me I already knew what he was looking at through my window. I stared into Caleb's eyes, and I began to turn, still staring into them. But Caleb rapidly shook his head, as if to tell me, do not turn around, do not look out your window. I've never felt so scared in my life. Do I listen to my friend? Or do I witness what that thing truly is? Do I see this creature that I'd never seen or heard of before, up close? Well, curiosity is a heck of a thing. I took my eyes off of Caleb, and I turned my head more slowly than I ever had before. My heart stopped when I saw it. The thing outside was bent down, allowing its face and head to be level with the passenger window. Its face was nearly pressed up to the glass, and it was staring right at me. There was something chilling at the thought that this thing had been staring into the back of my head before I'd turned. It never looked at Caleb, who had made the sound. Instead, it was transfixed on me. Then I realized, because I'd turned to see it, it had seen me move. Therefore, it had no doubt that there were things in this car that had been watching it. At the current angle of this creature, the streetlight's glow could no longer reach it, which made its dark eyes look more like black holes in its furry face. We stared at one another for a long time, until eventually it sniffed at the glass, seemed satisfied, and began to walk away with long strides across the road. This road was about 9.5 feet wide, and I swear I remember this thing crossing the road in just 2 steps. As it walked away, the long claws at the end of its arms swayed back and forth, the way a person's hands move as they walk, swinging in the opposite direction of the adjacent leg. It was amazing how inhuman this thing looked, yet when it moved, it looked human. If this thing passed by you in the woods from a distance, you'd probably just think it was a hunter or a hiker, another person. But when you get up close, you see how tall and hairy and angular it is. The moment it broke through the tree line, I hadn't said a word, but Caleb launched himself at the steering wheel and planted his foot on the accelerator. He ripped tread out of there, flying down the road, away from the streetlight, until the only light on the car and the road was the moon. And no, it wasn't a full moon. I remember checking it myself. It was a crescent moon that night. Caleb and I sped back to the campus. We went to our dorm, locked ourselves in our room, and stayed up all night, debating and discussing what this thing was, or if it was even real. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. This one incident gave me nightmares for weeks to come. But to Caleb, it inspired him to want to explore those back roads even more, and somehow I let him talk me into it. Werewolf on the Old Road, Encounter Part 2, from Camper. A few months after the first incident, I'd finally gathered the courage to go back. Then again, it may not have been courage, but peer pressure, as Caleb was relentless, constantly asking, "Dude, would you go back with me, please? We have to see that thing again." And despite explaining to him that I've had nightmares since then, he just kept pushing and pushing. I eventually gave in. Caleb was my only friend, and part of me was worried that he would go alone, and there was no telling what a creature that shape and size would do to a man. So we started going back and smoking at that same spot under the one streetlight. A week, a month, a year passed by. There were no more strange encounters during that period. At that point, Caleb had given up hope of seeing it again, chalking it up to some freak encounter or shared hallucination. As for me, I believed it really did happen, and I didn't believe in shared hallucinations. The next encounter would not happen until about 2.5 years later. We were driving through the back roads in Caleb's car again. We weren't at that section with the one streetlight this time. It was a new moon night as well, so the only reliable source of light to see where we were going were the headlights. And Caleb, cheaping out and risking a ticket, had failed to replace his left headlight, which had gone out a month prior. So it was really difficult to see as we went along those bends and curves, with only one bright light to guide the way. Because of that, Caleb almost didn't see it step into the middle of the road, right in front of us. I remember Caleb scream a curse as he slammed on the brakes. Thankfully I was buckled up, or I might have ended up flying through the windshield, landing on the road right next to this thing. When we came to a full stop, at first I could only see one leg, but as I focused more, I could see its entire outline, a familiar, dreadful outline. I don't know if it was the same creature or another one of the same species, but it was certainly the same type of thing we saw those years ago, and once again, it was staring at us. This time, it seemed upset, as if it knew we almost hit it, and because of that, it did something new, something worse. Its lips began to curl up, revealing sharp teeth that reminded me of a canine's. There was something creepy about the way only one half of its face was lit by the headlight, only one half of its teeth reflecting the light from the car. "Caleb," I whispered, "you need to keep going." "You want me to hit the thing?" he said a little too loud. No. You need to go around the thing. We need to get home. Now." He nodded. We looked back at this creature. Just before Caleb lifted off the brake, the strange beast in front of us took off, disappearing into the dark half of the road. But I knew it hadn't left. because I could still hear its frantic, heavy footsteps on the left side of the car, the dark half of the road that we could not see. "Caleb," I tried to get his attention. "Step on the gas." He wasn't listening, though. He seemed panicked, his eyes quickly scanning back and forth randomly in the dark part of the road. Knowing how Caleb was, he probably wanted to locate it before flooring it. No, he wasn't afraid of hitting the creature. More like he was too insecure to take off, too scared, not knowing where the creature was. Caleb was weird like that. He would have been the kind of kid that knew the boogeyman was in his room, but wanted to see where it was first, before screaming or running to his parents. But something inside me told me that that kind of reaction was going to get us killed. Turns out my instincts might have been right, because suddenly, those footsteps outside stopped. We waited in silence, listening for the thing, and I broke the silence, continuing to beg Caleb to just take off and get us back home. After all, he'd been the one that wanted to come back out here in the first place. He was the one that seemed obsessed with seeing the creature again, and yet he seemed more terrified than I was. Then the unthinkable happened. The handle to the back door lifted, and the door began to open. "Caleb!" I called out to him, jerking my head in the direction of the back seat, horrified at the idea of that thing crawling into the car with us. Thankfully, finally, Caleb listened. He woke out of his stupor, and he hammered on the gas, lurching the vehicle forward so hard the back door slammed shut. But you better believe I was scanning the back seat, making sure nothing got in with us. Luckily, there was nothing there in the seats, and there was only fast food bags in the floor. I thought it was over, but I was dead wrong. Caleb sped as fast as he could go, which wasn't fast enough, as he had to be careful with the bends and turns with only one headlight. The next time I turned toward him, I saw something out his window, a reflection off two beady black eyes from the lights on the car stereo. That beast was giving chase to us, and it was somehow keeping up with us. It was running on all fours just outside of Caleb's door, and it was staring into the window. Caleb, I tried to say, but Caleb interrupted me. "I see it, camper. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see it right there." Without warning, he turned sharply to the left. Suddenly, there was a bump and another bump as something tumbled and rolled underneath the car's wheels, and at the same time, that creature's eyes disappeared from the side of the car. Caleb had ran the darn thing over, and the mad lad didn't stop to check if it was gone or dead. He kept going, driving down the road until we saw the lights of the city. When we made it back to campus, we ran like bats out of heck back to the dorms. I had this creepy thought that that thing could keep up with the car, so if it had survived being run over, and it decided to continue following us, then it could have been out there waiting for us to leave the car. But luckily, that was just fear talking. We made it back inside okay. This time, back in the dorm, we looked at each other and just laughed. I couldn't believe what we'd just experienced. "Dude, you freaking ran it over," I said to Caleb. "I know. That's all I could think of to do at the moment. If I'd gone any faster, we'd have ended up on the side of the road or in a tree," he explained. Well, it was good and quick thinking, man, because this time that thing looked real mad. I sighed, feeling exhausted all of a sudden. What do you think it was, camper?" Caleb asked. This was the same question we'd asked each other before, after the first incident. I'd always said before, "I don't know," because I really didn't have an answer. And I was just about to say the same thing again, that I don't have any clue. But before I could answer, Caleb said, "Werewolves can't really exist, right? That thing looked exactly like some sort of rendition of a werewolf." I looked at Caleb for a moment. He was sincere. I looked down, thinking. I wanted to say he was right. I mean, it did look like a werewolf. But they're the stuff of fiction, right? Magical, mythological creatures like that don't exist. I mean, they can't exist. But there we were, having narrowly escaped an animal that looked exactly like one. "Whatever it was, Caleb," I said. "It was real. I'm for sure this time that was real." He nodded rapidly in agreement and excitement and also a bit of fear. That's how I felt too. It was exhilarating. Something about escaping something dangerous felt exciting, but also terrifying. After that incident, we never did see it again, likely because we never wanted to see it again. After that, Caleb was well enough secure to not see it up close anymore. Instead, he kept his obsession online, looking into stories and sightings of creatures like the werewolf. He got real into the Dogman, the Beast of Bray Road and all that. I took a different approach. I didn't want to have anything else to do with it, and I wanted to forget about it, move on, keep my story to myself. Unfortunately, the human mind has a special way of dealing with things that scar you for life. It keeps them fresh in your mind, makes sure they're especially clear in your memory. So I've never forgotten about this, and at this point, the only way I can feel relief about it is sharing it with people. In person, folks usually don't believe. Occasionally, you meet someone who's very excited and open to believing you, and it makes me feel a little less crazy. To anyone else out there who's seen a dogman or a werewolf, know that you're not alone. There are strange things out there, things that aren't supposed to exist. We switched rooms. From Bard of the Hall. This happened about 15 years ago, when I was 7 years old and my brother Brandon was 5. Brandon had never been scared of the dark. He wasn't frightened by scary movies. I'd tried and failed 1,000 times to even startle him by waiting around a corner and jumping out as he walked past. He'd even laugh when I did it. Brandon was strange in that he just didn't seem scared. We moved out of town to the country earlier that year. Dad bought us a nice, cozy house out in the rolling hills of the Midwest. He'd managed to make a living trading stocks through a combination of business phone calls, the internet, and occasional trips back into the city. This career of his was something that confused me terribly at that age, but I was happy we could move into a much bigger and more open place. Brandon and I loved the outdoors. In the fall, when the grass went from green to yellow and got all crunchy, I loved rolling down the hills on my side, feeling the stalks of grass break underneath me. However, Mom didn't like the part where I'd come back inside covered in dead grass. Brandon was fond of climbing trees, yet another thing he was braver about doing than me. I had a fear of falling if I attempted to climb something too tall, so I'd just watch and make sure he didn't fall himself. Those first several months at the new house were picturesque. Then came winter, when everything changed. When winter rolled around, my brother Brandon began to act strange and different. He'd wake up in the mornings tired, whereas he'd usually be wide awake with a pep in his step. I noticed he made a point of staying closer to the house. Our adventures to the tree line to watch him climb trees suddenly stopped. I figured he didn't like climbing anymore. Most of all, I noticed he dreaded going to bed, and he grew to have a fear of the dark or of night. At the time, I couldn't tell which for sure. There was something heartbreaking watching my brother, who was always so brave and active and happy, suddenly change to such a reserved and quiet person. The boy that loved adventure suddenly feared it. Winter went on, and I witnessed his condition worsen. My mom and dad were growing concerned, trying to change his diet, thinking maybe he wasn't getting enough vitamin D or calcium or something. Trips to the doctor and blood tests revealed that he was perfectly fine, at least physically. So something was going on in my brother's head. I'd ask him time and time again, "Brandon, what's wrong? Don't you want to climb trees?" And he'd just shake his head. I remember asking, "Are you scared of something?" He nodded his head. "Well, what is it?" But then he'd shake his head and say, "Nothing." During this period, I asked my mom and dad if Brandon and I could switch rooms. This was my idea, one that I'd had for a while because I didn't really like the location of my room. It was further away from the bathroom he and I shared, and I had a more active bladder than him. Plus, out my window, there wasn't really much to look at, except for a big empty field and clouds. I know a lot of people would like that, but if I had the choice, I'd rather stare out to the woods, which is what Brandon's room faced. My mom said, "Sure, but only if you and your brother agree on it, okay?" Excited, I nodded my head, and I ran over to Brandon, who was watching TV on the couch. "Hey, Mom said we could trade rooms. Do you want to? Maybe at least try it for a while?" His expression went from one of boredom to one of concern, even surprise. He shook his head and then stopped, as if to think, then began to nod his head slowly. Yeah, that's okay," he told me. "Great." I ran over and told Mom, who looked back at Brandon on the couch. "All right then, you guys can switch rooms, but don't go moving any big furniture, okay? You can swap sheets and blankets, just don't swap the whole bed." "All right," I told her. Then I grabbed Brandon and we went to our rooms together, swapping some smaller things out. But for some reason the whole time, Brandon appeared sad, as if he regretted his choice. I asked him several times, "You sure you want to switch?" But he remained adamant that he did. In fact, later that night I was certain that he was happy with the change, because he went to bed early, almost excited to go to sleep in his new room. After a couple of hours playing with cars and army men, Mom and Dad told me it was time for bed too. So I went off down the hall, first peering quietly into Brandon's new room, or my old room. He was sleeping in the bed, snoring even. It made me happy to see him getting some good sleep. Maybe he'd be a bit more normal in the morning. Feeling good that I made the switch with him, I went off to his room, my new room. I turned on the nightlight, then crawled under my covers. I turned over on my left side and kinda just stared out the window, getting a feel of my new view. At the time, the windows in my room and Brandon's room didn't have curtains or blinds. Mom tried to put curtains and blinds on our windows, but I remember stopping her and saying, "I want to see outside." When she reminded me I can just open the curtains and blinds, I stood firm and said, "No, I want to see them always." And being my little brother, Brandon agreed, saying that how I do it is how he wants to do it. So, no blinds or curtains in the boys' rooms. That night, there was enough moonlight outside that the nearby tree line wasn't just dark. I could see trees and branches swaying in the wind. I just stared out at the nighttime foliage until I dozed off for a while. I remember waking up on my back in the bed. It was still the middle of the night. One of my parents came in my room and must have turned off my nightlight, because at the time it was off. They often did that, to save on the electric bill. Luckily, I hadn't awakened in complete darkness because, as I said, the light from outside was just bright enough that I could make things out in my room and outside. So I turned back over on my left side, my favorite position to sleep in, and I was just about to close my eyes when I gazed out the window again. There was something more than just tree line outside, because there was something standing at the window, peering in. It was so bewildering and startling that I couldn't breathe. My eyes went wide, my mouth too, and I looked at it, and it looked back at me. It was like a dog, except especially tall, with its front two paws on the glass, paws that looked awfully like hands with nails that looked like claws. I saw dark gray fur covering it, a long snout ending in a shiny black nose. It stared at me for several seconds before beginning to move. I watched its hands move towards the edges of the windowsill, tracing them as if feeling for something. Then, at the bottom, its hands stopped, and it tugged upward harshly. I heard the window shake, and I realized, in sheer terror, it was trying to open my window. Even though I wanted to, I didn't scream. Even though I wanted to jump up and run to my parents' room, I couldn't. I could only lie there, paralyzed, watching this thing trying to open a window. It fiddled with the window from the outside for several minutes, and to my relief, it just gave up at a certain point. With an audible huff, it turned and walked away. Adding to my horror, I could hear its heavy footsteps as it walked, one leg at a time like a person. Heavy thuds that made it sound like it was much heavier than my dad. Eventually, when the creature was gone and I could no longer hear its footsteps, I shot right out of my bed and I ran to Brandon's room. I tried to be quiet, but I was panicking. I opened his door and crawled in bed next to him. Once under his blanket, I turned towards him and was surprised to see that he was wide awake, eyes full of tears. Before I could say a word, Brandon said to me over and over, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I was confused. I didn't understand for a moment, but then I realized why he was apologizing. The reason for his sudden change, his sudden fear of things. Brandon had been visited by this creature at his window since winter started. I understood now he felt guilty. He at first didn't want me to go to his room, but the idea of getting better sleep and not having to be terrified must have gotten to him. I didn't blame him one bit. I knew he wasn't trying to get me hurt. Right away, I looked him in the eyes and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Why didn't you tell me?" And all he could say as he cried was, "I was scared." Morning arrived without any further events, but now my brother and I were in on this together, and we had to do something to make this stop. I knew they wouldn't believe us if we simply told them what we saw. They would chalk it up to a nightmare, even though Brandon and I had both seen the same thing. If not a nightmare, it would just be kids being kids to them. However, I had a plan. You see, my dad absolutely hated spiders. That following night, before my mom and dad went to bed, I found the biggest spiders I could find, kept them in jars throughout the day, and when the time came that night, I put them in my mom and dad's bed. Don't worry, they weren't the dangerous kind to people. I made sure one of them was on my dad, and I prodded him to make him wake up and see it. He screamed, and I have no idea how I managed to escape the room without him realizing I'd done it. After my dad dealt with the spiders in the bed, he told my mom he was not sleeping in there that night. He grabbed a blanket and moved on to the couch. I felt pretty bad about it, but this brought me to part 2 of my plan, which, yeah, it was just another spider. I waited about 10 or 15 minutes to make sure he was sleeping. Then I placed the last one I had right on his face. Just as I was about to prod him, the tickling of the spider's legs was already waking him up. I ran to my room and I waited. Then, right on cue, he screamed again. That poor spider probably became a sacrifice, but a necessary one to make sure my brother and I could get out of this situation. Before long, Dad was coming down the hallway towards my room. He opened the door, checked to see if I was awake, then sat on the bed because I was pretending to be sleeping. He jostled my shoulder, and when I opened my eyes towards him, he said, "Hey, little guy, you want to go sleep with your brother and I'll sleep in here?" He didn't even try to explain anything, but I just nodded and walked towards Brandon's room. As I said before, Brandon's room is closer to the bathroom, closer to the rest of the house, meaning it would be the first of the kids' rooms my dad would stop at. Not to mention, he was the one I inherited my extra active bladder from, so this room would be his first choice. I walked on down the hall to Brandon's room, who was awake and waiting on me. I walked in excited and smiling, and said, "It worked." We crawled under the covers, and we waited. We must have fallen asleep waiting. When we woke up, it was because my mom and dad were quietly picking us up and carrying us in their arms to the car. Tired and groggy, I looked around. They were walking fast, and when we got to the car, there was a bunch of bags packed in the back. Dad had his gun and holster on, and when he got us in the car and began to drive away from the house, I remember him calling someone. Now I understand, I think he was calling the Forest Service, Animal Control, or the cops, or maybe all of them one at a time. I can't be sure, because I fell back to sleep with Brandon in the car. We woke up later at a hotel. My brother and I asked our parents what was wrong and why we weren't at home, even though the two of us already knew why. Our parents, being parents, lied and said it was because there was a spider infestation. This made me feel bad. But when I looked at my dad, I knew there was something more. A couple of spiders wouldn't force you out of your home. No, my dad had seen something worse, something that made him scared for his family's lives. I knew then for sure that he'd seen it. We moved in with my mom's parents, our grandparents, until we were able to sell the house and move to a new place. Brandon didn't have to sleep in that room anymore. Later on in life, after I'd moved out, I came back from time to time, as grown kids do, to visit his parents. And on one occasion, I just had to know. So I asked my dad, "Why did you wake us up in the middle of the night and move us away from that house? I thought you loved it." He leaned forward, and before he could say anything, I told him, "And don't you tell me spiders. I know it wasn't just because spiders." With that, he seemed to have decided against saying anything. So I pressed him further. "Dad, you saw it too. At the window. That thing that looked like a dog, but it was on two legs and tried to get in through the window." His eyes went wide. So did my mom's. So I'm assuming way back when, my dad had told my mom, if my mom hadn't seen it herself. "How did you know about that?" he asked. "Dad, Brandon had been seeing it the entire time. Why do you think he changed so suddenly?" His expression surrendered to one of guilt. "Oh no, that's what I was afraid of. Believe you me, I put one and two together." He rubbed his mouth with his hand and shook his head. "I'm so glad I moved us out of there right away. Wish I'd done it sooner." With that, I had confirmation that what we saw was real, and that our little Home Alone-style plan to get my dad to see it too had worked. I told my dad not to feel bad about it, but I think we're all scarred for life after living in that house. And to think, if I'd never switched rooms with Brandon, what could have happened to him? The Adirondack, from Tom Catters. If you ever spend your time up at the Adirondack Mountains, then be careful of what lurks around Mount Gore. The mountains are beautiful. It's like an entirely new world compared to the busy and loud city life. So when my great aunt gave me an opportunity to spend time with her, my great uncle, and second cousin, I think it's my second cousin, I don't know how family stuff works, at the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York, I quickly said yes. The months came and went, and soon it was time for me to head to where they lived, flying out to the mountains. We finally arrived at a condo complex called The Summit. It was near a small town called North Creek and overlooked Mount Gore, which was famous for skiing. Well, it used to be. The towns up here are slowly dying out, and all you could see were for sale signs everywhere. I think that's because the town used to thrive upon the logging industry back in the 1800s. Anyway, we went out to a restaurant that had an outstanding view of Lake George. All the boats and parasailing, the calm waters in the mountains creating a valley, and all that centering around this lake. As we were looking at the menu, I glanced over at a painting on the wall. It seemed to be an extremely old painting. If I had to guess, I'd say 17 or 1800s. In the painting, there were people lying on the ground. I assumed they were dead. There was a child running towards a house with a woman in it, and an odd-looking person on all fours, from the looks of it. The painting intrigued me, but it was just a painting after all, right? Night 1. After a fun day, we arrived back at the condo. The place was still as we left it. Luggage everywhere and a fridge full of food. I spent a few hours watching TV and scrolling through Twitter to see what pointless arguments are being made by people. It was about 9 p.m. by then, and I had the windows open to see the stars. But unfortunately, it was overcast. Still, the area was a sight to see. Everyone else was asleep upstairs, leaving me in the dark living room with only the TV and streetlights illuminating the atmosphere. That night, I saw something. I was zoned in on the TV, and I didn't notice what was outside at first. not until it stepped into the light. Across the small street was another condo next to a large forest. In my peripheral vision, I saw a large dark mass step out of the tree line. I look over to see what it was as it slowly made its way to the edge of the light. I dropped my phone onto the carpet floor as I see what the figure is. The creature was at least 7 feet tall and bipedal. It had a body similar to a bodybuilder, but the head reminded me of a German shepherd, just much bigger. It was covered in thick dark gray fur with a somewhat long tail. It made its way to the condo across from ours and sniffed around. From what I knew, there was nobody in that condo. I waited for it to completely turn around so I could close the curtains. But I did keep the curtains cracked enough to make sure this thing didn't come towards our condo. It investigated the other condo but ultimately lost interest. Then it went down on all fours, which must have been a height of about 4 feet, and ran off at a jaw-dropping speed. Shaking, I closed the curtains and quickly went upstairs. I don't know how, but eventually I went to sleep. Morning came and I tried my best to forget about the event, and somehow I was able to. We spent 10 days there total, and my first night gave me a bad first impression of the place. But as more uneventful nights passed, the more forgettable the event got. Until the last night. Night 9. The day had been very fun. We went back to Lake George and went on a steamboat. We went around the lake, seeing more pretty views. When we got back to the condo, I went upstairs in my room to wind down. My room faces away from the mountain, towards heavy forest. I was on my phone watching YouTube. The battery was low, so I plugged it into the charger. Then I set it on my bedside table. Usually I left the windows open to breathe the natural air and to listen to the sounds of the night. Except that night, there was no sound outside. It was already hard for me to sleep to silence because I was used to the hustle and bustle of zooming cars, planes, dogs barking and whatnot. This startled me because from what I had heard, if the wildlife goes quiet, a predator is about. From there, I began to keen in on every little noise. There were branches cracking, leaves cracking under something large. Then I hear a thud on the forest floor. The sound was far, but further sounds were getting closer by the second. I sat up in bed to look out at the dark forest in front of me. I wanted to see if a bear or something was coming. But no, it wasn't a bear at all. Instead, I see an abnormally large dog, peeking its head out from behind a tree. It was a couple of feet off the ground and about 30 meters away. The dog or wolf was faced away from me as it sniffed the air. Its sharp ear perked up and quickly faced towards me. The eyes had a yellow glow to them. I was confused because there was no light within the area for them to reflect that way. As we stared each other down, I started to get bad vibes. I lowered my head out of sight to perhaps give the sign that I wasn't interested. Moments passed, and I hear leaves crunching again, coming towards me. I huffed in frustration and looked outside again. That creature was now about 20 meters away, and the eyes were now 7 to 8 feet off the ground. I could see part of its upper torso and its arm that was now wrapped around the tree. It had a hand that resembled that of a person, but it was gray, hairy, and had sharp fingernails. It gave out a snarl as it exposed its teeth. They were like your typical canine teeth, but longer and sharper. I quickly hit the floor, starting to shake as tears filled my eyes. I looked towards a mirror that reflected a good bit of the tree line. I could see human-like feet stepping into frame, and legs with backward bending joints, followed by the lower and upper torso. Then it was fully in view. I watched it scanning our condo for a minute, the longest minute of my life. It reached out to a tree to prop itself up. I was trying my best not to breathe loudly as I cried, but at one point, I accidentally gasped out loud. Fearfully, I looked at the mirror, a decision I regret to this day. It was looking right at the mirror, right at me, with a huge grin on its face. It walked over to the porch and began to pace around. I felt each step as it tried to find a way in. Thank God I locked the door. Minutes passed, and it lost interest, walking back into the woods, but it didn't forget to glance a smile at me just before leaving. Throughout the restless night, all I could hear were howls and the cries of unlucky animals. Sunlight broke, and I ran downstairs to get breakfast ready for everyone before we packed up and left. 2 hours later, we all ate and got packed up. My cousin got his keys and some luggage as he was making his way to the door. All the blood drained out of my face, and my heart sped up as I heard him say, "Hey, who left the door unlocked?" Midwestern Werewolf Sighting from Dire Lavender. I grew up in the American Midwest, in a small town surrounded by fields that only those who grew up in this area ever seemed to know even existed. I was in both drama club and academic bowl, so I considered myself lucky that the teacher in charge of the drama club would hold play practice after we got back from academic meets. It was late when drama club got out the night this happened. The play was at the end of the week, and we wanted everything to go off without a hitch, so we stayed a bit later than normal to ensure we had everything perfect. I lived about 15 miles outside of town, and since I didn't drive yet, I often got a ride home from an upperclassman, Kelsey, who lived about a mile or two up the road from me. It was a beautiful night, a few clouds to obscure the view of the night sky, and the moon was nearly full, painting the passing countryside in its pale glow. We had just gotten onto the gravel road, which meant we were halfway to my house, when something large and white darted by my window. I bolted upright in my seat and looked around. Kelsey, noticing my odd behavior, asked, "En, what's up?" Looking out the windshield, which was the direction the blur went, I said, "I just saw something huge dart by the window." I gestured to the passenger side window. "It was probably just an owl," Kelsey said, rolling her eyes. "Yeah, sure, an owl." I knew what I saw was way bigger than any bird that would be found around here, but not wanting to sound like I was out of my mind, I kept my mouth shut, all while looking for any trace of what I saw. Kelsey's scream pulled me from my thoughts, and as I turned to her to ask what was wrong, I saw it again, a flash of gray and white darting from behind us. I looked forward, and there, a short distance ahead of us, was a huge wolf. Kelsey slammed on the brakes, but there wasn't enough space between it and us. We were going to hit it. Then, to our horror, it stood up on its hind paws. It reached out with its front paws and grabbed the cattle guard on the front of the Jeep. It skidded back a foot or so before the vehicle came to a stop. I was frozen in place in complete shock at what I was seeing. Where there should have been paws in the creature were hands. Hands with claws, and its chest was just too wide to be that of a normal wolf. It looked from Kelsey to me, and I swear I saw it smile. It let go of the cattle guard, leaving scratches in its wake, and walked around the Jeep, sniffing around the vehicle, all on its back paws, arms swaying slightly, like a person's would as they walk. It stopped once at the back of the vehicle, and again once it reached my side. It looked in the window at us, then jumped. We heard it land momentarily on top of the Jeep, then on the driver's side, and it took off towards town. Kelsey and I looked at each other in complete shock. "Kelsey, please tell me you saw what I saw." I knew she saw it too. I just needed to hear it to prove to myself it had actually happened. "If you mean the freaking werewolf, no, it wasn't just you." With that, we finished the drive to my house and agreed to keep it to ourselves, as no one would have believed us anyway. But over the years, I've gotten the courage to tell people. So be careful. You never know when you may run into a creature that we're taught should only exist in fiction. A Midnight Drive from Rantix. Sometimes I drive to take the edge off of a stressful evening. It's even good to help me get back to sleep. I spend my days working at a desk and live in the nearby mountains. Being stuck in an office all day, with little time to myself afterwards, leaves me yearning to do a little hiking or driving, especially since the area I live in is so scenic. I also have a lot of trouble sleeping at times. If I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't get back to sleep, I'll walk down to my garage, then take a 10-minute drive around the mountain listening to talk show podcasts through the stereo. I don't really have many neighbors, and the craziest thing to happen is usually some deer walking across the road. So basically, the most I'd have to worry about out there would be a random deer running into the side of my car. I can't say I wouldn't mess myself if that happened out of nowhere. One night I went to bed around 9:30. I was exhausted. Funny how you can be so tired after a long day of just typing on a computer. Irritatingly, I woke up a couple of hours later. When I checked my phone, it was around midnight. Firstly, I tried to turn over and go back to sleep, but after 15 minutes I felt wide awake, yet my body still felt so exhausted. I sighed and pulled myself up out of bed and walked to the garage. In moments, I was pulling out of my driveway with my high beams on. I drove down my gravel road until I hit pavement. Then I took a left on the road that circles the mountain and eventually leads me to a turn that goes back to my house. I like to take it slow. The speed limit signs say 25, but I usually go just 20. Circling the mountain on this road usually takes me about 15 minutes. Not too long, not too short. I was listening to the guys on this podcast arguing over whether or not the mom from Malcolm in the Middle was hot, when I suddenly saw something in the road up ahead. It looked like a little mound of something. It didn't seem to be moving. I came to a full stop about 15 feet away from it. Whatever it was, it sat there in the middle of the road. I could easily go around it, but my curiosity was piqued. I was wondering if this was one of my distant neighbor's dogs or something. Poor thing might have gotten run over. But with how large it was, and how messy and long the fur was, the only way this could be my neighbor's dog was if they had a massive Irish wolfhound. Slowly, I convinced myself that it had to be some sort of dog. We didn't have wolves around here, and it didn't seem to be a mountain lion or bear. I eventually did convince myself it had to be one of my neighbor's dogs. Then I began to wonder, if this was my dog in the middle of the road, possibly dead after having been run over, wouldn't I want someone to tell me, or even bring it back? With yet another sigh, I decided I was going to get out of the car and approach this mound of unmoving fur. I opened my car door and stepped out in my loafers. Slowly, I shuffled towards this furry thing. I kept a good eye on it, observing it, making sure it wasn't moving. In my head, the worst-case scenario would be it was a bear, and it would wake up when I got to it and run away scared from me, and I'd run away scared back to my car. But that's definitely not a fright I wanted. So I was approaching it as cautiously as possible. Eventually, I was standing over it, looking down. I remember almost choking from the sudden gasp I made. The face was definitely the face of a large dog. It had pointed ears and a very long snout, which lay opened on the pavement, the tongue spewed out and laying on the road. Dozens of extremely sharp and large teeth were shown clearly due to the way its mouth hung open. I was absolutely astonished. This thing didn't have front legs. Those were arms, I swear to God. They looked exactly like a grown man's arms covered in hair, and the back legs seemed overly long and way too bent, like an exaggerated version of a dog's. I was both amazed and absolutely confused. I didn't know what I was looking at. Was this a dog? Some sort of weird bear? Maybe whatever it used to be got hit by the car so hard, it just mangled it and made it look like well, this. When you see something so crazy, sometimes your mind will struggle to make sense of it, and it believes anything else besides what you're actually thinking deep down. After all, who hasn't seen a horror film with a werewolf in it? Way back in my mind, I knew that what I was looking at seemed familiar. I'd seen things similar to this in movies. But those were movies, I told myself. Nothing like that could be real. My mouth was open as I stared at it. I didn't see any blood. No sign of injury. Suddenly, a gnat or mosquito or something flew right down my throat, apparently trying to become part of my respiratory tract. I choked and coughed it up. I'd taken my eyes off the creature for only a moment. Still only a couple of feet away, I looked back down and nearly screamed. The creature in the road had turned and raised its head and was staring at me. Its head was bobbing a little bit to the side, and it didn't open its eyes all the way. I took a step backward, when suddenly, the creature snapped with its mouth at my closest leg. Thankfully, it missed by a wide margin. I ran like a scared child back to my car. I slammed the door shut, and I hit the lock button like 20 times. By the time I looked ahead at the creature in the road, it had picked itself up, and it stood on 2 legs. I remember thinking, you have to be freaking kidding me. Part of me wanted to believe I was still at home, sleeping in my bed, and this was just some nightmare. I watched as this thing that fully resembled a werewolf stumbled off and to the left, which would have been up the mountain, closer to where I lived. It walked off the road and disappeared into the trees. A few seconds after I couldn't see it any longer, I floored it down that road. I didn't go back home just yet. When I came to the turn that would circle me back towards my house, I went the other way towards town. The thing is, I live alone in that house, and seeing it take off in the direction of my property, I was a little too creeped out to go back home. Sorry if that makes me sound like a wuss. I wanted to be around other people for a while. I don't think I was going back to sleep that night anyway. I found a Waffle House, ordered a coffee and some hash browns, and just sat there. I kept getting refills of my coffee, and I tried to wait it out until sunrise. After being there for about an hour, though, the waitresses seemed to be looking and talking about me, probably wondering why I was there so long. But they didn't say anything to me. A few hours after that, I left for home, eyes completely wide, making sure that I didn't see anything weird on the roadsides. That was my experience. It was extremely terrifying for me. That was the last thing I ever thought I'd see on the road, and it quickly made me stop my midnight or late night drives for good. I've never gone back out on the road at night, not unless I absolutely had to. There have been moments when my friends convinced me to go on late night drives with them, on road trips and such, but I begged them not to make me drive after dark, and even when I'm not driving, I'll sit there in the passenger seat and panic a little bit on the inside, my stomach in knots from anxiety. Maybe I'm making too much of a big deal about this. I don't know. But I do know a few things. One, that was no normal animal. It was real and looked exactly like a werewolf would. 2, it tried to bite me. And 3, I think the only reason it didn't hurt me was because it was stunned or dazed. I think someone had hit it with their car. That's why it was lying there in the middle of the road. That's why its eyes weren't fully open and why its head was bobbing. That's why it didn't run away, but stumbled away off the road. So the thought I'm left with after all of this is this thing could have mauled me to death, but it wasn't able to because someone hit it with their car. If I'd found this thing in better condition, it terrifies me to think of what would have happened to me. Werewolf of Yellowstone, from Terror Former. A few years ago, I took a camping trip with my girlfriend at the time to Yellowstone National Park. I'd saved up some vacation days, and I was hoping to propose to my girlfriend on this trip. Being that both of us were nature freaks and loved hiking and camping, This just made sense to me. We arrived at the start of our designated trail on a foggy Saturday morning. Things got weird pretty fast. We'd only been walking the trail for a few minutes when we heard something big run through the undergrowth just off the path. The two of us stopped. Lynn, my girlfriend, turned to me and asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yeah, didn't see it though. Did you?" "No, it sounded huge," she replied. "Are there moose in Yellowstone? Or bears?" I laughed. "Yeah, there are both. I doubt it was either though, probably just deer. Those are way more common." I'd been to Yellowstone before, but Lynn hadn't. I didn't want her to feel scared right off the bat. Plus, I was being truthful. There were tons of deer out in Yellowstone, at least in my experience. Bears and moose are far less common. And between you and me, I'd rather it be a bear than a moose. We kept walking for a couple of hours, taking a few breaks to take pictures, enjoying the scenery and eating an early lunch. It didn't take long after our last break to make it to the campsite. Lynn helped me pitch the tent and we got a small fire pit going. "Hey, there's a creek down there." She pointed down the hillside. I looked down past the rows of pine trees. Sure enough, I caught the shimmer of a little stream. "I'm gonna go wash my feet," Lynn said. She didn't wait for a reply before carefully making her way down the hill. I replied anyway. "All right, be careful. Don't use any soap in that water, it's a national park." "I won't," she called back. "I just want to wash off this dirt." I smirked. She wouldn't have gotten dirt in her shoes if she had let me buy her new ones. The pair she had on had to be a couple of years old by now, with a few holes on each shoe. Lynn had always been the type to hold on to things until she had gotten all the use out of them that she could. While she did her thing, I unfolded a chair and sat down. It felt good to finally take a load off. Walking uphill for a couple of hours ain't no joke. We woke up early that morning too, so I found myself dozing off in no time. Suddenly, Lynn screamed. I shot straight up out of the chair. "Lynn?" I called out. When I got no response, I ran down the hill, careful not to fall and roll the rest of the way. I found her at the edge of the stream with one shoe on. Her other shoe sat at the edge of the stream. "You okay? What happened?" I asked her. Without turning to me, she shook her head and stuttered. I was just sitting by the water when something jumped and landed literally right next to me in the stream. It was huge and black. It splashed me because it landed on the water, then just ran off." "What?" I smiled. "Sounds like you spooked an animal and didn't know it. Probably didn't even see you until it was next to you." "Are there wolves out here, Taylor? Or wild dogs?" Lynn looked around. She was frantic in her movements. "Wild dogs? I don't think so. I could be wrong, though. As for wolves, yeah, but there are so few of them, I doubt that's what it was." "Taylor, I saw it. It was way bigger than me, with dark fur, and it looked like a wolf." "Oh, that's scary. But, hon, if it was a wolf, I wouldn't worry. They're scared of people. Hence why it ran off like that." I explained to her to make her feel better. I wasn't sure she saw a wolf. Odds were it was something else entirely, but I didn't want to be a jerk and tell her it was nothing. "Okay," she said, finally calming down. She turned towards me. "Would you please grab my other shoe?" "Sure, babe," I chuckled. "It's not funny, I'm seriously scared." She half smiled and punched me in the shoulder. I know, we're gonna be just fine." I grabbed the shoe and gave it to her, then followed her back up the hill. We settled into our campsite for a while. It was only midday by then, or close to it. Lynn read a book. She was really into true crime novels. I wasn't much into reading, but I did love to listen to her tell me about her books when she was done. Way more fun of a way to enjoy a book, for me anyway, hearing the story from someone who's really excited about it. While she did that, I checked the cooler. We had plenty of ice still, to keep the drinks cool until the afternoon. We'd only brought bottles of water to drink, so even without the ice, we'd be fine drinking warm water. We had hot dogs in there too, but by the time the ice melted, we'd have already eaten them. After that, I grabbed my knife and the hunk of wood from my bag. I'd been whittling an eagle for the past week. I wasn't very good at whittling, but it was a really fun way to pass the time. A while later, I asked Lynn, "You up for some fishing?" "Yeah," she replied. "I'd rather catch something than have hot dogs for dinner, even if that means they end up spoiling." "Same, actually," I said, getting up and stretching. We grabbed our fishing gear and carried along the trail ahead. I'd been here before, so I knew there was a medium-sized pond not too far away. Maybe just a 10-minute walk from the campsite. Before long, we could see the pond. We were maybe 20 yards from it when I stopped, because straight ahead of me, I heard growling. "Hold on, babe." I raised my arm to make sure she stopped. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know. Sounds like a dog." "Or wolf," she interrupted matter-of-factly. We stayed still for a moment. The growling was definitely coming from up ahead of us. There was some overgrown weeds and grass to get through before we made it to the pond, so whatever it must have been hidden in there. For a second, I was afraid we'd stumbled upon a bear or, heck, even a wolf that was eating. Otherwise, I wouldn't think those sorts of animals would bother us. "Throw a rock at it," Lynn whispered to me. "I don't know about that. I don't want to bend over and make myself look any smaller." "Hey!" I began to wave my arms as high in the air as I could while shouting. I kept thinking, this is what you do in case of an animal encounter, right? Make yourself loud and big and scary to them. "Go on, get out of here!" Well, that did work, but not in the way I was expecting. The thing revealed itself, standing to full height out of the weeds, which were only a few feet tall because we could look over them and see the pond. I heard Lynn gasp behind me, dropping her fishing pole. I watched unbreathing as the head of a wolf rose out of those weeds to 4 feet, 5 feet, no, 6 feet off the ground, if not more. It walked sideways, leering at us with its head lowered. An unexpected arm, covered in fur, reached out and latched on to a nearby young tree. Then the creature pulled its weight towards the tree as it began to walk off to the left, where the brush was thickest. Obviously, it wasn't a wolf or any animal I'd ever seen. "What in the world was that?" Lynn said, when we could no longer hear the thing walking. "I have no idea," was all I could say. I turned around and I began to walk back up the trail. "I think we should leave," I told her. She nodded in total agreement. She turned to go back up the trail too, when a sound echoed behind us. A dreadful, terrible sound, heavy footsteps coming right towards us. "Run," I told Lynn. I dropped my rod and tackle box and ran too, making sure to keep myself behind her. Why was it chasing us now, I wondered. But then I realized I had turned my back on the creature when I thought it was gone. Though we couldn't see it anymore, it must have still been watching us. It didn't take long before I could hear it snarling as it chased us. I think Lynn was crying. I was covered in chills. I don't think I'd ever been so afraid. I searched my pocket for my whittling knife and opened it. It was tiny, but it was the most I had to defend myself. Quickly, we made it back to the camp. "Don't stop," I told Lynn. "Back to the car." We passed the campsite. I listened behind us as the footsteps and snarling stopped at the camp. My guess was the campsite had our scent in it, so it was either cautious or curious of it. Not to mention I'd left the cooler with the water bottles and hot dogs in it, so maybe it was going to enjoy our dinner. As long as it wasn't us, I told myself. But we ran for another 45 minutes or so, before making it back to the car and practically collapsing in it. Without a word, we drove away. When we got back to our apartment later that night, we discussed the event. We both agreed on what we saw. A monster of a creature that looked very much like a wolf, except it was too large and somehow had arms instead of front legs. I was still shaken up pretty bad, but I was also extremely relieved. You see, I'd kept the ring for the proposal in my bag at the campsite up until we got up to go fishing. If I hadn't decided to stick it into my pocket just as we got up to go fishing, it would have wound up abandoned at that camp. The thought of going back there to look for it scared me because I knew I would force myself to go back anyway. Thankfully, it was still in my pocket. Lynn and I are happily married now with a baby on the way. And you bet your butt I'm gonna be telling our kid this story. My Friend's Encounters with the Dogman, from Sneeves0328 on Discord. A few months back, one of my friends opened up to me about a creature he said he encountered 2 times around New Jersey, where my mother lives. This same friend and I believe we encountered a skinwalker in the past, while in New Jersey, and he told me when he was just a boy, he saw something in the fields next to his house. Whatever he saw still terrifies him to this day. He's had 2 encounters with this creature, one in the middle of the day when he was a boy, and one waking up in the middle of the night. Here are his encounters with an alleged dogman. These will be told from his perspective. I've lived in New Jersey all my life. Since I was a kid, I've had all sorts of paranormal and unexplained creature encounters. I'm a heavy believer in the supernatural. I believe in dogmen and other cryptids. Well, something happened on a clear sunny day as I was walking alongside a trail that was close to my house. I was only about 7 or 8 years old at the time. It was so beautiful out, and as a young kid, I was just taking it all in. I was having an adventure, picturing myself just running through the open fields waiting for Mom and Dad to get home. The trail I was on had wonderful scenery all around. Tall grass and miles of fields to my left and dense forest to my right. I was just walking through the woods, as whenever my parents weren't home, that's what I would do. The smell of the woods and the chirping of the birds, it was all so intoxicating. But then, the woods around me fell silent. It felt as if someone or something was watching me, and my eyes darted around the entire area. I looked over to my left, and I noticed something in the tall grass. To me, it looked like a big dog, but then I realized it was crouched down like a man would be if he were trying to hide in the grass. This animal was covered in brown fur, and it seemed to have a muzzle and ears similar to that of a German Shepherd. Its eyes were red. I was mostly curious at the time, but I was on edge, scared just enough that I acted like I didn't notice it, and I just went along my day, soon starting to run back to my house. I never spoke about this encounter with any of my family, as they'd think I'm crazy, but that was my first encounter with what I believed to be a dogman. The second encounter only happened about 4 or 5 years ago. At this point, I lived in a different house. This house was close to a large forest, and the biggest predators I'd seen around there had been either coyotes or foxes. However, what I saw that night was no coyote. I woke up in the middle of the night with my throat dry, and I needed to get a drink. I went to the kitchen to get some water when I felt a sudden sense of dread. It felt as if I was being watched. I looked into the window close to where I was, and, to my horror, I saw this huge animal in my backyard. Whatever it was, it noticed me, and it was staring at me with these red eyes. I felt utterly terrified. I saw the animal bare its teeth at me and stand up on 2 legs. The creature began to growl. I could hear it clearly as my window was slightly open. I also saw its breath coming out of its mouth, and I understood this was real. The animal before me was in fact real. It looked to be about 7 to 8 feet tall on both legs, with the head of a German Shepherd and a body shaped like a bodybuilder. Whatever it was, it looked at the fence suddenly, then ran off towards it, then jumped across it into the woods below. I went back to my bed, terrified. I couldn't sleep at all that night. These 2 encounters with these beings have shaken me to my core and made me understand there are creatures that science refuses to recognize. The Curious Dogman of Waha Woods. From Travis the Hunter. This happened about 2 years ago. It was the first odd thing to happen to me. I was an outdoorsy kid, and my grandparents had brought me up to their cottage for a week. The first few days were fine. We went fishing, swimming, and all that fun stuff. But the last 3 days were the worst. I was outside practicing with my bow for when I go hunting. I brought my bow back inside, and I told my grandparents that I'd be taking a nap on the rocks behind the cottage. I don't know how long I napped for. When I came to, it was getting late. My grandparents made dinner, so I went back inside and we ate. And later we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I checked my watch, which I could read in the dark. It read 3 a.m. When I looked around me, I noticed I was outside again. How did I wake up outside, I wondered. I was confused, but then I heard a low howl, the lowest howl I'd ever heard. It sounded like a bison and a wolf mixed. I was horrified when I heard that, but what I would see next would make me tear up. There was something barely illuminated by the dim moon, a giant gray wolf-looking creature. It walked out from behind a giant cedar tree. It stood there on its hind legs and began to walk towards me. It seemed curious. I sat there petrified. I felt that if I got up, its predator instincts would kick in, and it would chase me all the way to the front door if I could make it there. So I stayed there in fear, wondering if I was going to die. But then it began to sniff me, and after that, I think I blacked out, because when I woke up again, I was in a hut that I didn't recognize. I was covered in dirt and my head was aching. As soon as I remembered that creature, I got up and ran back to the cottage, crying, because I know I could have died. I could have been eaten by that thing. I ran as fast as I could, just to feel some sort of safety. Keep in mind, I was not a very fit-looking kid. I had beefy legs and wasn't able to run very far without feeling sick. When I burst through the tree line, I found myself by the Trans-Canada Highway. I cried, but then I heard something coming from the forest behind me. I stood my ground, waiting for that thing to lunge out at me. Instead of that creature, I was greeted by a warden who was looking for me and saw me running through the woods. I burst into tears and laughed, but that was followed by me throwing up because I'd been running for so long. I took a couple of minutes to breathe, and I told the warden to follow me. I showed him where I woke up, the little hut I'd run away from. He looked as pale as a ghost. He screamed to get behind him, but as soon as I got behind him, I heard this howl, the same one I'd heard the night before. The warden held tight to his 12-gauge. Then that creature from before walked out from the hut. He fired at it, and it took off into the forest so fast, I have no idea if he actually hit it. Seemingly as scared as I was, the warden bent down and asked me if that was what took me. I nodded my head, signaling yes. He walked me down to the search party camp where my grandparents had been sitting and waiting for the warden to give them good news. They ran to me, and I'd never seen my grandpa cry before. He was a bold and stern man who always seemed serious. I told them what happened. They were just glad I was okay. but a warden pointed out that I had marks on my back and legs. All in all, I was okay. I would soon learn I'd been missing for 2 days. Within 45 minutes, my grandparents brought me to the nearest hospital in North Bay, where I stayed the night, and my grandpa stayed in the truck while grandma stayed in the hospital with me. The next morning, the nurse came into the room and told us it was a miracle that I was able to walk already, and that I had no bite marks. I went home with painkiller. Yet now I'm forever scarred, thanks to that night and those claws. Attacked by a Werewolf by Leo Wildwolf. The story takes place in Southern California on my grandparents' property. Their place is about 4 acres big, and their house is close to the road. This encounter happened when I was 6 or 7. I used to visit my grandparents every 2 weeks on the weekend. It was a 3-hour drive from my house through the desert. My dad and I always took our old F-250 Ford truck, and my dad would sometimes buy me things like toys or video games when we visited. This is an important detail to the story. That day, my dad bought me a Nerf gun, and when we arrived, he told me to leave it in the truck for the day. We made it there at around 6 in the afternoon in the winter, so there was still about half an hour of daylight left. We ate dinner inside, and I began to play with toy cars that my grandpa let me play with when we visited. At one point, I asked my dad to see the keys to the truck so that I could show my grandpa the plastic rifle I had. My dad answered with a simple "sure" and handed me the keys from his pocket. Our truck was parked about 30 feet from the house. My grandparents' house is elevated about 5 feet off the ground with a porch that had 2 entrances, which was also elevated. There was a fence to keep people from falling off the porch, which was pretty old and would creak if you leaned against it. With the full moon out that night, it was bright, and it was particularly windy. It was around 9:30 when I went outside to retrieve the blaster, and my dad chatted loudly with my grandparents, who only spoke Spanish. I began walking to the truck nearby when I heard rustling in the nearby plants, which I thought nothing of because of the abundance of small animals in the area. Assuming it was a squirrel or rat, I went right to the truck and opened the door. I struggled to find the rifle, so I sat back down in the side passenger seat and looked out the window. Had I not climbed inside, I may not be here today to write this story. Because that's when I saw it, creeping in the tree line, keeping an all too close eye on me. It appeared hairy and had dark yellowish eyes that peered back at me. Its fur was black, with a tinge of red, and it blended unnaturally well with the plants. When I had noticed it, it came running right toward the truck. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked up from the locking mechanism, and I peered through the window only to see that the thing was gone. But I knew that it wasn't really gone, so I waited for my dad to come outside to get me. I was little, so I didn't think of honking the horn. Instead, I waited. I waited for a long 20 minutes, I think, when suddenly the car began to shake. It rocked back and forth, the entire truck, but I could not tell where the creature was. I then heard loud scratching coming from the outside from the rear of the truck, followed by a loud thud on the side window, a tap, then another light scratching sound. They say that these encounters make grown people feel like children. I felt like I was going to pass out from sheer fear. What I saw next made me feel paralyzed. I looked up and I saw this wolf-like thing staring at me with dark yellowish eyes. It growled loud enough to be heard from inside the truck, drool dripping from its mouth. I first thought it was a bear looking at me from the trees, but as it peered into the window, I thought it was a wolf. When I looked at its arms and the way it looked into the truck, I wasn't sure what it was. Its paws were more like hands, and it simply observed me from the side of the truck. It stared at me for a lifetime as I hid in my dad's truck. I felt helpless, even though I was close to my family. They knew nothing about the creature inches from me, threatening my life. Looking back on it, something that size could have easily smashed the window. Maybe it knew my family was inside, and it was trying to stay quiet. I feel nothing but dread writing this, looking back on it. If it had broken the window, no alarm would sound, and who knows if there would even be any remains that my family would have found of me. It ran away on 2 legs very fast. It looked back and made what looked like a terrifying smile. I noticed it had a long, bushy tail like a wolf's. At that moment, my dad came outside looking for me. I didn't know what it was, so when he found me and asked why I was so afraid, I simply told him about my encounter with a bear. My dad saw the scratch and didn't really care. He was just worried about me. The story doesn't end there, however. Later on that night, the porch creaked and I could hear light footsteps outside as I slept alone in the living room. I could see it, the same creature, looking through the windows which were close to my toes, and the thing stared at me. It scratched at the glass as if measuring the density of it, then walked away. In the morning, the window was cracked. I didn't sleep much that night, and I think that the thing broke the window to taunt me, as if to say I could have gotten you in that truck, and I could have come inside the house. I'm 14 now, and I've grown a lot. I'm 6'2", and unlike others, I want to see the creature again and get a better look at it. I would have taken a picture of the scratch, but my dad had the truck fixed to prevent rust a long time ago. I never saw it again, and my grandparents moved closer to us for medical reasons, so I may not ever see it again. And while I said I wanted to see it once more, this is a good thing. Wolfman by Michael L. M. I left La Junta, Colorado on June 9th, heading to Missouri. I went down Highway 94 until I got to Highway 287. I made a left and went to Ray, Colorado. I eventually came to a town called Arapahoe, Nebraska. There was nobody behind me at the time, and no one in front of me. I started to descend a hill at the bottom of the hill about 3 miles across until I started ascending up the next one. Before I got to that hill, I looked to my left, and I thought I saw a bear. As I'd never seen a bear before in person, I pulled over on the right-hand side of the road. As I stopped and rolled down my driver's side window, the creature stood up. It was 7.5 feet tall, and it knew I was there as it turned its head to look at me. It had to have weighed about 450 pounds. It had long fingers with claws on the tips. It had pointed ears like a German shepherd. In fact, its face was more canine-like than bear-like. It had 4 long canine teeth, with slobber oozing out of its mouth. I was dumbfounded, staring at this creature, until it bolted into a sprint, running towards me on 2 legs. I was so scared. I was petrified for a moment, unable to move. I grabbed the steering wheel hard, and I thought to myself, "You have to leave now, before that monster gets you." I pushed in the clutch, and I hit the gas and took off. As I got about half a block away from it, I looked in my rear view. The thing was standing in the middle of the road. It was reaching toward me with both hands. I was hitting about 55 miles an hour by then. As I got to the top of the hill, I saw a sign for Beatrice, Nebraska. I believe it said 165 miles away. And then all I remember after that is just being so scared that I drove for hours straight without ever stopping. When I felt safe enough to slow down, I pulled out my phone and called the highway patrol. It was 6:30 p.m. when I called. I reported the creature on the road that nearly attacked my car, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got hurt. I was even told by the officer on the phone that a different officer had fired at something that looked like a strange bear on the road there, but he said that they missed because the creature moved too fast. Whether we like it or not, there are creatures in those woods that we don't understand, or just don't want to try to understand, because they look so scary. Just be careful and alert when you're driving alone. Beast of Bramley by Ollie Hollett-Lees. This story begins on my 15th birthday, the 9th of October, when me and a couple of my friends from my squadron arrived at a cadet camp in Bramley training area. We were told by the camp warrant officer to get inside the warehouse that we would be staying in. As we walked inside and got settled in, it was clear that the SAS had been here due to the smashed windows and empty casings, as well as the big SAS emblem spray painted on the wall. After packing our kits up and getting ready for patrol, the squad commanders, me being one of them, were told to meet the camp OC, or commanding officer, for the patrol briefing. Our objective was to patrol Sector A of the training recon, a pretend enemy position, then set up an ambush involving all 5 squads on the main road. As we planned our routes and tested our radios, we heard a guttural cry coming from the distance. It was odd, but we continued on. I soon confirmed our position with the comms operator back at base when we advanced to the position we would be observing. It was around that time that we began to hear twigs and branches snapping behind us. I turned to my squad and whispered, "That's how you don't be stealthy on a patrol." Right after I said it, we heard yet another deep guttural cry, this time coming from where the snapping branches were. It was so close that my heart immediately pounded. The entire squad was frozen. The next thing I know, one of the cadets behind me is firing like crazy into the wilderness, as if he completely forgot that we were just carrying blanks. As he couldn't hear my orders, I nearly tackled him. His name was Thompson, and he was trembling so hard that he couldn't even pull the magazine out of his rifle, which was now empty. I demanded to know what he thought he was doing. He stuttered, saying that when he turned around earlier after hearing the cry, he saw 2 big glowing red eyes 8 feet off the ground. When the thing took a step towards him, revealing its inhuman face, he said he panicked and did what he felt he had to do. I said he was talking nonsense, but he grabbed my shoulder and said no. Whatever it was looked like a wolf and a man together. Its face was more dog than human. Seeing the serious look on his face, I had to believe him, or at least believe he saw something. I reported it back to the training camp, and for reasons I would later find out, the base ordered all squads to return back. So the training was cut short for that day, only for us to be warned back at base about wild animals and how we should keep our distance from them. I was able to pry more details out of the other officers. Turns out Cadet Thompson wasn't the only one who saw a half-wolf, half-man looking thing. And now, hearing so many of my fellow soldiers report seeing something that strange, I don't know what to believe. Dogman Knows Where I Live Now by Sharon I. Being a Native American from the Seminole tribe, I also practice as shaman and medicine woman. People always just assume that all I do is herbal medicine to help my people, which I do, but there's other things I also do that our people don't talk much about, especially outside the tribe. I deal with evil entities, demons and spirits, and quite recently, an evil known as the Dogman. Dogmen have been around for centuries. They are dangerous and unpredictable. I received a call from an elder of our tribe recently, requesting my assistance to aid a family who was being harassed by a supposed dogman. I gathered my bag on a Thursday evening and arrived at their home, at which I had requested for no one to be there, so it was just me. The first thing I did was retrieve a bucket full of salt and ground up dogwood bark, mixed together, and proceeded to pour a line of it around the edges of the property. It is said that it holds the dogman at bay. Our tribe has handed down the rituals like this from shaman to shaman. I walked through the house after opening up all the windows and doors, so the casting protection would flow everywhere. I started to beat my handheld drum to a beat as I sang out the ritual. As I entered the kitchen, I heard a high-pitched howl that sounded like an animal in sheer pain. I eased my way out and started scanning the edge of the backyard. The woods there were thick, and the setting sun made it look even more sinister. Then I saw movement to my right. There was something standing by an oak tree, with one massive paw around it. Now, studying these rituals and performing them, compared to actually experiencing what you're performing them for, those are completely different things, and I was not prepared for witnessing something like this. The creature was about 6 to 7 feet tall, standing on 2 legs. Legs that looked like beefed-up German shepherd's legs. The torso was built like a hairy man's chest and stomach, and the fur was a bit black, mostly brown with a touch of white here and there. Its arms were thick and built, defined like a weightlifter's, but the head was the most pronounced thing. It was exactly like a wolf's head, with 6 to 8 inch long pointed ears. The eyes were jet black, but its maw, with 2 big white fangs, seemed to glow. I forced myself to continue the ritual, remembering that if I stop, things could get very dangerous. I heard it walking back and forth, snarling, growling, howling, as I kept up the beat, keeping my fearful eyes on the drum, because if I looked too long at that inhuman creature, I would go insane. It sounded like it was desperately trying to find a way in to me, wanting to stop me. But finally, after one low, louder howl, I heard it swat at a tree branch before running into the forest and fleeing. I kept playing, doing the ritual for another 5 minutes. I heard it only once more before I was finally able to leave. The next day, I informed the elder that the ritual was complete and the family could now go home. Luckily, they haven't had any more problems. But the elder did give me a grave and terrifying warning. He said because the dogman watched me perform the ritual, he now has his eyes on me. I kept praying he was wrong, until 2 days later, I was walking out of my house when I noticed a paw print on the outside window of my home. Now this window was 3.5 feet up from the ground, and the paw print was bigger than my hand. I called over a friend who's a game warden. He came over and studied the paw print. But when he saw it, all he could do was scratch his head before finally saying it's probably a bobcat or panther or bear. He didn't sound very sure at all. When he was leaving, he did admit that in all his 20 years of service, he had never seen a print like that. So I took a photo of it. I called the elder, and he came by to examine it, and he said that it was definitely the dogman. And before he left, he said to me to be very careful whenever I exited my home at night. The next day, I protected my home and the edge of my land, but the other evening, as I sat on the back porch, I could have sworn just for a moment I heard something in the woods, something like a low howl. It knows where I live now, and I've never been more scared. Werewolves Outside My House by Michael A. This event happened 7 years ago and still haunts me to this day. I was 23 years old. My girlfriend and I wanted to find a place to move to. We're nice people, me and her. We didn't go to high school or college because we acted like fools and didn't pay attention to class. But we didn't care. Together we dropped out and made the best of the world we could. She always wanted to move somewhere far away, so we did. We ended up finding a house in the country. We were happy. It took some time to move everything into the house, and for a while we didn't have a bed to sleep on, so we slept on a pallet in the floor. On one of the first nights there, when the sun was beginning to go down, she and I were going to sleep when we were jolted awake by what sounded like a menacing howl. Immediately I shot right up, thinking to myself, that doesn't sound like any howl I've ever heard. My girlfriend said, probably just coyotes, right? As she looked to me for reassurance. I said, yeah, probably just coyotes. I laid back down and together we went back to sleep. But once more, we were startled awake when something huge slammed right into the side of our house. We both jumped up. She was crying, she was so scared. From where I was standing, I could see out one of the side windows. And from one of them, I could see a silhouette moving around. A figure covered in fur. Immediately I thought we were being attacked by a bear, or at the very least, a hungry bear wanted in to search for food. But then it stood up, standing upwards of 8 to 9 feet tall. Its ears were pointier than a bear's, and its build was much more slim. I was so horrified, my mind reeled. Was this a person I was looking at? Someone in a mask? But then the animal's face shot towards me, and it showed its teeth. That was no mask. I knew my girlfriend was seconds away from screaming, but before she could, 2 more creatures like the one before us appeared behind the first. They seemed to be just walking around, checking out the house, and from the sound of that loud bang, had probably tried to break inside. Just when I thought we were done for, we heard loud banging sounds coming from outside. It seemed to frighten those creatures. As their ears perked up, then they bounded off into the woods nearby. A few moments later, someone was knocking at our door. Believe me when I say I was almost too terrified to answer it, but after checking the window and seeing that it was a middle-aged man, I quickly answered it. The gentleman, without introducing himself, asked if my girlfriend and I were okay. I said yeah. I tried to stutter out a question, something like, did you see that? But he immediately nodded. Been seeing them out here for 12 years now, he said. To be frank, I don't know what they are. My girlfriend and I both decided that we needed to get out of that house. I mean, if this guy had been dealing with them for 12 years, I did not want to be a part of that cycle. So we pleaded with our mortgage company. We took a big credit hit, but at least we managed to get out of that place. We're renting now and have a kid on the way, and we are in a much better place. But I can't imagine what would have happened all those nights ago if the man hadn't showed up and those creatures managed to get inside. Werewolf or Dogman by Braden D. This is a quick but creepy sighting I had. I was 15 years old living in Kansas City, Missouri. My family and I were visiting my girlfriend's family, who live in a really rural area of Kansas. On our way home from the visit, at around 1 a.m., as we had stayed too late that night, we saw something peculiar on the side of the road. It was a deer carcass, and it seemed fresh. As we passed by it, I saw something more than just the deer. Whatever it was huge and covered in fur. It turned to look at us as we drove by, and the moment we exchanged eye contact, I was filled with the most dreadful feeling I've ever felt. I didn't say anything to my family or friends due to it being so late and not knowing if I was just imagining it or not. I focused on my music, shaking and sweating. For the next few weeks after that, I had nightmares of it. That thing covered in fur, the bulky half-man, half-wolf-looking creature on the side of the road. It was a super quick experience, but it was so absolutely horrifying that it's going to stick with me forever. Thank God we were racing down the road in a metal vehicle. Dogman Street Sighting by Spacewig Diddy. One night, as I was going to bed after a long day, I was awakened by a strange feeling, like the most intense feeling of being watched I'd ever had. So I decided that I should look outside. I looked out my window to the street. I couldn't see much, as it was really dark out, but I could make out a silhouette. It looked like a person at first, but they were very tall. Then I looked harder and saw that the figure was bending over. Its hands were near, if not touching, the ground. At that point, I thought it was a huge dog, but it was taller than any dog I've ever seen. I didn't know what to think at the time, but I was still confused. I looked at my brother, who had witnessed it all as well, and asked him what he thought it was, and he didn't know either. I went to take another look back, but the thing was gone. I didn't feel scared per se, because there was a wall and glass between us, but I was very confused. I don't believe in werewolves or lycanthropy, or anything of that matter, but I do clearly remember that this thing was not human, not entirely, and it looked very much like a dog. Maybe it was someone in a suit who had nothing better to do, or maybe it's something that I don't believe in yet. Virginia Werewolf or Kentucky Dogman by Hybrid Musician 333. I have seen what I think to be a werewolf or dogman on several occasions now. The first time I saw it, I was 17 years old. I was driving from Dalton, Georgia, where my parents lived, to my grandparents' house in a small town in southwest Virginia called Pound. The town is located near the Kentucky state line, and their house is right next to a forest. This forest completely surrounds the home. It was 3 a.m. when I drove up the gravel dirt road that leads to the house. Something immediately felt odd that night as I drove toward the house. It was completely silent. Not even my grandpa's dogs felt like barking. And even stranger, the crickets were completely silent. It was April, and anyone who lives in this area will tell you that that's not right. I could tell you this was unusual myself. I'd lived there with my parents till I was 11. As I got closer to the house, driving up the long driveway, I saw something strange walking down the road from the woods. At first, I thought it was a man, because I saw something like a ripped white shirt on it, a ripped dirty brown jacket, and torn up blue jeans. At first, he was walking normally. Then the clouds moved and revealed the full moon, allowing me to see everything. He was covered in fur, had extremely long nails, and his legs bent kind of backward, similar to a dog or wolf. He had a long snout like a dog as well, with huge sharp teeth and a maw filled with drool. I stopped my little aqua-colored Ford Taurus about 3 feet away from the creature. I thought at first I had fallen asleep and was dreaming this. Then he noticed me, and I swear I saw it smirk, like some sort of psychotic man. I screamed, realizing this was no dream. It jumped toward the hood of my car, drool splattering on my windshield as it clawed at the glass. This creature was mad, and I definitely think it wanted to hurt me, or even end me. Its eyes burned like fire as they stared into me. I panicked and slammed the car into reverse, flooring the gas pedal. I backed up so fast and turned into my grandpa's neighbor's driveway. When I slammed on the brake, the creature flew off the hood of my vehicle. I put it into gear and drove as fast as I could to get out of Rat Creek Road. I checked the mirror several times to see if it was following me, but it seemed to be gone. But still, terrified, I kept driving toward Pound. It took me nearly 30 minutes to calm down. I ended up stopping by my friend's house. Her name is Sarah. I broke down on her and started to tell her about what happened. At first, she did not believe me, but then I showed her the damage and drool on my windshield, not to mention the entirety of scratches on the hood of the car. I had actually seen and had basically been attacked by a werewolf or dogman. I know most won't believe this story, and I wish I could disbelieve it myself, but these events are etched into my memory. You might recognize this last story. It was one of the first monster encounter stories I ever read. It's called Grandma and the Dogman by Wyatt H. I live in Arizona, and my aunt is Navajo. One night I was with my grandma in northern Arizona when she herself and my aunt saw what she called a dogman. My aunt referred to it as a skinwalker. She said as they drove through the woods just before the city of Show Low, Arizona, they drove by a large mass of fur lying in the road. My grandma assumed it was an animal carcass, maybe an elk or deer due to its size. But then she saw the mass of fur stand up on two legs. She said it must have been maybe 8 feet tall. And she said it had the body of a muscular man. Its hands had long dagger-like nails. But its head, she told me, its head was not human. My aunt said it had the head of a coyote, its eyes glowing a bright yellow. My grandma slammed on her brakes, and it just looked at her. And with one step it was off the road and gone in the darkness of the pine trees. She said it was the most terrifying thing she'd ever seen, and she'll never forget it. Dogman Encounter by Freddie. I live on a 10-acre estate in a heavily wooded area. One night, at about 11:30 p.m., I drove my truck behind the backyard of my house. It was dark that night, but something felt wrong. It was extremely quiet. Now I have an open shed near my fence line, and there was a tall dark figure standing there. I shone my flashlight at it, and its eyes glowed back like yellow amber. The figure stood about 7 feet high, and it looked at me with anger, like it didn't want to be seen. I yelled at it, thinking it was a trespasser. Well, whatever it actually was not impressed. It began walking toward my truck. It was about 70 feet away from me. I got back in my truck quickly and backed up to my round driveway to the front of the house. I ran inside and went upstairs to my room. I went to my bedroom window, shining my flashlight outside, and the figure was still looking right at me. I was frightened, but decided to ultimately wait it out. In the morning, I went outside. The creature was gone, but my barn cats were missing as well. I checked with my neighbors, and it turns out on the same night, something ate almost all their chickens. These days, things are different. Ever since seeing that thing, my neighbors' dogs go crazy at night, and the livestock in the area make strange noises, like they're afraid of something. This happened in 2005, and I haven't seen it again. But a certain new feeling has remained ever since I saw it. A feeling of being watched on my own property at night. Werewolf in Montana, from Bill B. It was 2015 and I was working as a ranch hand. The ranch I worked for had a couple of hundred heads of cattle. They were held at a separate area that wasn't exactly part of their home ranch. It was about 10 miles away from the area I would usually be working at. It was about 6 in the evening during the spring, when I was contacted on the ranch radio. Yes, we still use those out here, just in case the cell phone service starts ghosting us. Through the radio, I was told that no one had been up to check the cattle for a couple of days, and that it would be up to me to do that. So I finished up what I was doing, hopped into my 4x4 Ford Ranger, then headed out to check the herd. It took me a while to get there, as the last 4 miles of road was really more of a doubled-up cow trail. It was April and the sun was going down around 7:30 those days. It was getting close to 7 by then, so it was getting darker fast by the time I made it to the herd. I found them all rather close together, like they had been grouped or gathered up. Most of the time the cattle do stay in groups with a few separating themselves here and there, but they're never this bunched up in a tight group, unless someone was herding them. On the rare case that they were being attacked, they still didn't bunch up like that. I decided to park my truck for a moment. I reached behind the passenger seat. I grabbed my mag light and my .357 revolver, quickly throwing on the shoulder holster I carried it in. I grabbed the smaller headlamp I had in the glove box and placed it in the passenger seat as well, continuing to drive for a bit towards a stand of brush and trees that the herd seemed to be most interested in watching. I wanted to know why they were keeping an eye on it. I shut off the truck, putting the keys in the ashtray, then grabbing my headlamp and the leather jacket. I turned on the mag light and began to walk over to the stand of trees. It wasn't long before I got that feeling of something being wrong. Like I just stepped foot into some place I was not invited, somewhere I wasn't welcome. Still, I had a job to do and cattle to protect. I drew my revolver from its holster, then I drew back the hammer, so I was ready if an angry bear came charging out of the woods at me. Walking further into the brush, I found a footprint. It was like a large, slightly deformed dog paw. Moving my light over the expanse of dimly lit forest before me, I looked at the ground with my headlamp for any more signs of disturbance or footprints. I mumbled a few self-deprecating words to myself, the last sentence being, "I'm so dumb." Then I heard the exact same words repeat. For a split second, it didn't register to me that my words had been echoed. But then I froze. I didn't even finish the step I was in the middle of. I didn't move, or rather I couldn't move. I fought with my body and mind, reminding myself that it wasn't time to be a freaking iceberg, that I had to move, but my body would not cooperate. It really did seem like forever came and went before finally, in a split second, I spun around, maglite in hand, headlamp now illuminating where I thought the reply had come from, and I pointed my revolver. But the hammer went click. It didn't fire. I almost had a stroke right there, a heart attack or something, when I heard the click, but saw nothing happen. Then in the same moment, I saw movement. As soon as my eyes registered that something was there with me, it was gone. But my hearing told me more. It ran through the bushes off to my left, and just as soon as the cracking of twigs and rocks underfoot started, they stopped. I snapped back to myself again, quickly pressing the release on the revolver cylinder and inspecting the rounds. One of them had a dent in the primer, but it didn't fire. I pushed that round out of the cylinder and, without realizing it, dropped my maglite to grab one of the 12 bullets in the outside loops of my shoulder holster, replacing that round and slapping the revolver cylinder back into place. Then I looked up, cocking back the hammer again. I looked all around me, slowly, bending down to pick up my maglite after realizing I'd dropped it. I didn't know what to do. Would running provoke this thing into chasing me? Had it taken any of the cattle? Did it really repeat my words to me earlier, mimicking me almost perfectly? Or was that in my head? These questions and paranoia clouded my mind, muddling together with the ever-loudening beat of my heart and the white noise that came with the adrenaline pumping through my body. I stood there, looking around in a circle for several minutes. Finally, a thought broke through the rest, and the flight side of my fight or flight took over, even in my cowboy boots, which I must stress are in no way good for running. I ran from that forest. My hearing had cleared, allowing me to hear that something else was also running with me through the brush behind me. I blindly fired a round back in that direction. I never got any indication that whatever it was had slowed down, but it did let out what I can only describe as a supernatural version of a snarled oof, like a beast getting hit in the chest and having some air knocked out of it. I finally could see my truck. I could still hear whatever it was behind me, though. It seemed closer than before. Then something made me duck and roll, and as I did, I felt the air being cut just above my head. When I came back up, the furry mass was before me. I quickly fired at it again, not aiming for anything in particular, but definitely hitting it. This time, I heard a twisted snarl, along with the painful yelp and the growl of a big but hurt dog. I backed up, realizing that I was touching my truck now. I flung open the door and threw myself inside, grabbing the keys from the ashtray and starting it, then flooring the gas pedal. Initially, the truck spun out, and before I took off, something big rammed into the side of my truck, jolting it out of its tire spin, and finally getting me moving, pointing in the wrong direction though. I turned around as fast as I could, gas all the way to the floor. When I hit some rocky ground, the tires took hold. I got up to about 20 miles per hour pretty fast, and if you've ever traveled down a glorified cow trail, that is way too fast, but I didn't have the luxury of slowing down. I was almost to where the trail turned into a road, when that animal jumped out in front of the truck. I only sped up, planning to hit the thing, but before I did, it leapt up and ran down the back of my truck, completely unscathed. I didn't slow down though. I sped back to the homestead faster than I ever had, and by that time I realized I could have called for help on the radio. I told the rancher that some sort of massive wolf or coyote or something had spooked the cattle and possibly attacked it, and had attacked me. He said he would get in touch with the Forest Service. He had a friend that worked there and would ask him to investigate. It was on Forest Service land after all, and we technically couldn't hunt the beast down ourselves. I kept telling myself the rest of the night that it was really just a big wolf, but I knew better. The following day, that forest ranger stopped by and came to talk to me. He asked me the usual, what color the creature was, relative size, those sorts of things. Then he asked me something I found to confirm my belief that it wasn't just a wolf. He suddenly looked at me and asked, "Are you sure it's a wolf?" "Yeah," I held on to my story. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone. "Here, take a look at these pictures. I found this kill site this morning while I was out there looking around those woods. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I've seen some bad kills, but I've never seen anything that bloody." I took a look. The only way I can describe what I saw on that phone would be to reference the signs the White Walkers made in Game of Thrones, but only if you turn up the nastiness and blood by 10. There was meat and viscera everywhere. It was like that part of the forest had been painted red. I wanted to vomit. The ranger had taken a small panorama of the site to file with the investigation, and it was insane. He said what that spot used to be was a cow, but now it's nothing more than a crater of mess. After this incident, I was supremely spooked. I ended up moving on to safer employment at a retail store. I'm never going to the woods at night again. I think this event may have given me PTSD. Dogman in Hogan's Lake, from Marissa. I'm a religious deer hunter. I enjoy the feeling of sustaining my family, feeding them off the land. But one encounter I had changed me forever. I live near Hogan's Lake, and not far from it is an old military base, or land that a lot of us locals use. But back in the day, they used to launch artillery rounds here and use the land for tank practice. You can still see the craters left behind, but now it's quite covered in overgrowth. The local deer love to bed down in them too. It's an odd sight. Anyway, it was a perfect day for hunting. The winds were blowing southwest. It was 34 degrees. Just an all-around beautiful fall morning. I'm the type of hunter that gets out there way too early, just so I can enjoy the sunrise. It was about an hour and a half before the sun would rise. I'm all set up, ready for the morning hunt. I was sitting on my tree stand, laid back and enjoying the fresh air, when my eyes went wide, because in a split second, the woods went from being alive with wildlife to absolute silence. At first, I thought there was something wrong with my ears, but when I shuffled my position to hear better, I could hear myself. But that was it. The sounds around me had stopped. The sun was just beginning to peek above the treetops. I begin to look into the field nearby, and to my surprise, I see a small number of does in the field, but they're all hunkered down trying to hide below the grass. I was dumbfounded. What was going on? I could feel the southwest winds chiseling at my exposed cheeks as I wondered why those does weren't moving. Till out of nowhere, I see something lunge out of the tree line, tearing into the rear end of one of these doe. It was huge. I mean massive. Its arms were almost as long as its entire body, and its head was twice as big as a dog's, even if it looked similar to a husky. Its tail was bushy, and its fur was a whitish gray color. It had bolted out of the woods on 4 legs and attacked the deer the way a tiger would. But when the deer was done for and the struggling had stopped, this creature stood up like a man, on 2 legs, towering over the grass, getting a great look at the area around him. In shock, I must have knocked something out of the tree stand. When whatever it was hit the ground, the creature turned and looked right at me. It seemed both startled and angry. It got back down on all 4s, and instead of running away, it ran right up to my stand. At this point, I'm fumbling with my rifle trying to find the safety, but I was so terrified that I was shaking. When this wolf or dog thing starts to jump at me, it easily made it to the branches 5 feet below me. I aimed and fired, hitting the limb next to it. But I think the sound was enough to spook it, because it stopped and looked up at me on 2 legs. It seemed to be observing me, wondering if I was worth the trouble. I'll never forget those quarter-sized yellow eyes. Finally, it muttered a low growl, then dropped down, casually walking away back to its prey, picked it up in its mouth before running off with ease into the trees. I stayed in that tree stand for about an hour, making sure that thing was gone. Only when the woods came back to life around me did I feel safe enough to leave the tree stand. Ever since then, I have not been able to muster the strength to return to those woods alone. And now no matter where I go, hunting has never been the same. The Beast of Mogo Gold Rush Colony, from the Angry Dremora. I live in New South Wales, Australia. This encounter took place in October of 2014. I was 12 years old at the time, and in my last year of primary school. For the school camp that year, we would spend 2 days down at Mogo Gold Rush Colony, an old preserved gold rush colony from the times of the gold rush in Australia, since at the time we were learning about British colonization and our early history. It's located a few miles south of Bateman's Bay and is surrounded by the bush. The bus ride was fun but taxing, as we lived in Wollongong, which is nearly 3 hours north of Bateman's Bay. We finally arrived late in the afternoon. They sorted us into our cabins. My friends and I were put in the cabins closest to the tree line, which was also closest to the bridge leaving from the living quarters. My friends and I had packed our PSPs, board games, and David even brought his small pinball machine that I had bought him for his birthday. We were also completely stocked up on sweets and snacks. We were planning to stay up long into the night, having fun. After dinner that night, we were made to sit with our formal partner and listen to the local Aboriginal elder named Sam. I sat on a log with my then girlfriend, Gemma. Sam talked about a lot of things. He went into great depth on the British impact of the Aboriginals. He talked about the troubles they brought along with them, and eventually asked if we liked scary stories, and everyone excitedly said yes. Sam then told us that the Aborigines had many creatures from their stories they believed in, like the Bunyip and the Yawa Mawa Yahoo. That's what it sounded like. His face eventually grew dark and grim, before saying that the British also brought their own monsters with them. He mentioned one beast in particular that all of us kids recognized: the European werewolf. One boy laughed and said, "Werewolves aren't real. They're just cool myths made up by movie makers." The old man looked over to the boy and said, "Well, I pray you never meet one yourself." As cliché and silly as he sounded, he looked dead serious, even concerned, which only made me feel more unsettled. We were then told to go back to our cabins to unwind. It took many of the rowdier cabins a few hours to do that, but soon it was just us. One of the teachers, a Miss R, had to come down because Liam had broke a light bulb by accident, so she had to take him back to stay with teachers, because the assistant principal had also gone with us. So she had to follow the school's protocol, leaving only Cohen, Brody, Lachlan, David, and myself. Lachlan had been hit by an extreme homesickness though, which had him crying, and so Brody, being the legend he was, kept him company, comforting him and telling him, "It's all gonna be alright, Lachlan. We're gonna have a great time." We all had a set of double bunk beds lining the cabin, up to the bathroom at the back. It was like a flat, almost. Quite a cozy double cabin. Another group had one next door to us. The cabin only had 2 windows, one in between my bunk and Lachlan and Brody's bunk bed, and the other above the toilet. A silly place to have a window that's not tinted in some way, but it did have a shutter that we kept open for light from the outside. At around 1 a.m., it began pelting down rain. Lachlan was still crying. David was playing his PSP with his headphones in, and Cohen and I were talking. I had the urge to go to the bathroom, and as I stood there doing my business, I suddenly heard Lachlan screaming, "The window! There was something standing there!" I glance out the window to the side of the cabin, and I see it. A huge black figure covered in fur. It appeared to be squatting on 2 legs, which were bent back like a Hollywood werewolf. Its arms were down to its knees with long, bony fingers that ended in claws the length of steel nails. It had a semi-muscular build and the head of a dog. But there was something wrong with it. Its maw was more like a wolf's, and its ears were more small. It had a shaggy mane and wet black nose that dripped from the downpour outside. It had placed one of its hands on the window, looking inside at the kids. With its other hand, it scraped down the glass with a claw, as if measuring how thick it was. Its face was mischievous, intelligent. It enjoyed the fear that it was giving Lachlan. I began to slowly close the shutter of the bathroom window, not taking my eyes off the thing. However, the blinds made a loud squeak, and as soon as I started, the beast turned instantly to face me. I wished I hadn't done that. The beast stared at me. That was when I got a good look at its face. I tremble every time I think of that face. Words fail to describe exactly what I saw, but I'll do my best. Its eyes were like a bright amber that seemed to glow in the embers of a fire. It slowly began to bare sharp teeth at me with a sinister-looking snarl, a mixture of saliva and rain dripping from its exposed mouth. It let out a low growl so deep I could feel it vibrating my chest. I was completely frozen in fear, and I could feel myself lost in the thing's eyes. Its gaze was one of hatred and rage, but I felt a sense of curiosity too. I wanted to see what it was going to do next, even if that meant trying to attack me. It began to run its long razor-like claws down the side of the wooden wall of the cabin. All the while, it didn't break eye contact with me. I could see the black claws glistening in the rain from the light of the gazebo. Then I saw a flashlight bobbing behind it. The teachers, they must have heard Lachlan screaming because all of them came down from the trail. The beast then glared angrily in their direction before giving me one last look. It got down on all fours and began to take off at an alarming speed, kicking up bark chips everywhere. I raced to the window it was at before and watched the beast bound towards the colony and over the bridge. All the while it kicked up that dirt and grass. David had been playing his PSP with headphones in and did not hear or see any of this. Brody had stayed on the bottom bunk, which he chose to stay put in, as Cohen stayed in his. Lachlan was now sobbing hysterically at this point. The teachers unlocked the door and burst inside. Lachlan kept saying there was a monster at the window, but Miss Chapman didn't believe him. She turned to me and asked, "Did you see a monster?" I pointed at the scratches on the window without saying a word and moved past her to climb into my bunk. Miss Chapman observed them and then simply said she would find the little troublemaker who did this, to which I replied, "Good luck." She clearly didn't see the size and width of the scratches, or she refused to buy that something did that, as in Australia we don't have big cats or bears, so I guess to her it was nothing. Most of my friends managed to fall asleep, even Lachlan, but I lay there, wondering if it was going to come back, wondering what it wanted to do. I then closed the shutter to the window above my head, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up last. I had slept through a lot. Liam had come back and was being rowdy and messing about with David. David was chasing him up and down the cabin in nothing but an Iron Man mask and underwear, screaming like a maniac. David was quite out of shape, so you can imagine how absurd he looked. Lachlan, Brody, and Cohen were quiet. We didn't speak a word until we got changed for the day. That day we were taken on a tour of one of the mines that had been restored, and David and I decided to split off from the group and explore the colony ourselves. As we wandered through the town, he couldn't help but wonder why there were claw marks on some of the walls of the old buildings. This sent chills down my spine. I knew what did it. I know what I saw the previous night. We decided to check out the back of a barber shop, which was immediately backed by thick forest. There we were hit by a foul odor. David said we should follow it to find what it is. This sounded like a terrible idea, but I gave in to peer pressure, and I was curious if we would run into our hairy friend again. But what we saw made me throw up. In a clearing not too far from the barber's back lot was a mangled mess that used to be a kangaroo. There were parts of it scattered all over the ground and forest at the base of a large gum tree. It looked like something much bigger than it had slammed it against the tree repeatedly. David breathed. What the heck could have done this? I urged him that we should leave, and we did, rejoining the group, who were down the road at the blacksmith. I then took the chance to tell him what we saw the previous night that he had missed. I told him how Liam used to own a book called Werewolves, Vampires, and Zombies, which contained a section on cryptids. In particular, I told him about the Beast of Bray Road and how it looked similar to the drawing in that book. He wasn't skeptical at all, given the slaughtered kangaroo we found. Soon the guide led us to the barber with the class, and not long after that, everyone began complaining about the smell. So the guide discovered the handiwork of the beast for himself, and then told us to go back to the old schoolhouse before gold panning. Soon I saw a few other workers meet up with him to help. They discussed what to do with the situation. They then disappeared to clean up the monster's masterpiece. During lunch, David and I went to explore the caravan park, stumbling upon the largest gaggle of geese we'd ever seen. These geese were vicious though and roamed the whole property. After that night of formal dance practice, we returned to the cabin and unwinded for bed. Before it got dark, I closed the outside steel shutters in the windows, and we locked everything down. We even shut the blinds for good measure. I locked the doors, and with help from Lachlan, we barricaded the door with the wardrobe. Liam didn't understand why we were doing all this, and asked what on earth was going on. I simply told him the lock was busted. We all fell asleep that night fairly fast, to the sounds of cicadas, and crickets. But I was slowly awakened at around 4 by a subtle bump. The sounds of the night had ceased. Not even the early birds you'd hear were sounding up. The thumping continued, and soon it sounded like the screeching of steel as something began to claw at the metal around the building, which there wasn't a lot of, so it had to have been going out of its way to do this. I knew immediately that the beast was back. I was beginning to shake and feel nauseous, thinking that that thing could easily smash its way inside. I closed my eyes, beginning to pray, reciting the Lord's words, and asked for aid. Soon I could hear it growling at something. Then the scratching and thumping ceased. I then hear the distinctive sound of geese, followed by a deafening roar that shook the building. Suddenly, there was the sound of fluttering and whacking sounds. The cries of the geese grew louder, hundreds of them. Then there was another roar that seemed annoyed. It growled and snarled, and then walked away into the bush. The sounds of the geese heckling it continued and seemed to follow it, and soon everything went quiet again, and the sounds of the night returned. By then, everyone was now awake from the commotion. Liam was begging to know what happened. I told him I wasn't sure. After unlocking everything at 5:30 a.m. and unbarricading the door, Lachlan and I decided to examine the outside of the cabin, and it was a mess. Claw marks down the shutter, indentations in the wood from it pounding and pounding, bark chips everywhere, feathers scattered about the ground, a few dead geese. We moved the dead birds away. We knew we'd be questioned about the damage, and the dead geese wouldn't help. So we dumped them into the creek separating the cabins from the colony. We then began to pack our things. Later that morning, we stopped at the Mogo Zoo, and shortly after that, we were on our way home. We didn't talk much on the bus ride. The past 2 nights had been very traumatic for us, and Liam and Brody remained skeptical, even though the evidence of the creature was right there. A few months passed, and I'm starting high school during that time. I became obsessed with Skyrim, and when I did that quest line where you could become a werewolf, I felt nauseous at the sight of it. It was uncanny how similar the werewolf in that game and the beast we saw a few months back were. The only person I ever told was my dad. With a frightened expression, he quickly believed me and told me his own story, which happened in Moriua. That's 30 minutes south of the Gold Rush colony. He was sleeping in a granny flat under the house, which could only be accessed from the outside. He and his brother woke up to what sounded like the tapping of steel on the glass. He looked and saw the beast with the head and face of a dog or wolf peeking in at him, grinning with that same grin I saw that rainy night. To this day, I wonder what would have happened to us if we hadn't been separated by a wall from that terrifying monster who turned animals into pulp. Dogman in northern Arizona, from Panda AZ. The story I'm about to tell you happened around 2009. I was really young at the time, so bear with me. It was September in Flagstaff, Arizona. The trees were beginning to change their color, and the air felt cooler than the usual blistering heat. My family and I were taking a trip for a reunion. Sadly, I don't remember the name of the place, but I can describe it vividly. We decided to rent a lodge out by Dogtown Lake. We all had our own cabins, though some of us stayed in the lodge itself. The grounds looked so beautiful. Trees were rustling, the pathways were very well kept, pretty much what you'd expect from a nice lodge. I remember I was running around the grounds with my cousin. We got permission to explore the woodlands around the cabins. We just couldn't go too deep into them. My cousins had decided to play hide and seek. After all, there were so many places to hide, and it was getting dark. I didn't really care what we played, as long as I got to explore the grounds. I had the pleasure of hiding with the 3 others, while the oldest got to count. We all scrambled to different directions, me stumbling a little behind my cousins Marcy and Angel. They were both significantly faster than me, so I just decided to stray off and find my own spot, giving up on trying to catch up with them. The spot I ended up choosing was fairly deep, with the brush starting to thicken gradually the deeper I went. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, taking the chance to crouch down behind a tree. I was a giddy little kid, so I wasn't being too quiet. Soon I heard footsteps clopping about a couple of yards away from me. That's when I started to quiet down. The footsteps sounded heavy. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just my cousin stomping through the leaves. I was attempting to keep myself from laughing, covering my mouth, when I suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. It smelled like a combination between a skunk, wet dog, and raw sewage. It made my nose crinkle up when it first hit. It hit me hard, like someone smacked me in the face with a rotting fish. I tried to remain out of sight, trying to keep myself from gagging while also trying not to be spotted by my cousin. I heard the steps coming closer, and I immediately hit the ground. I couldn't see much of what it was, but it sounded huge. If I had to measure it, I'd say it was perhaps a head taller than the lowest branch of the tree I was behind, which was maybe 6 feet and 8 inches. The thing kept on going, but it made a sniffing kind of sound, like it was tracking something. The smell was stronger then, and I nearly threw up, but I couldn't move. Instead, I began to slowly army crawl the opposite direction until I knew it was safe to get up and run. When the smell was clear, I ran back to the cabin grounds. By then, it was darker, so I was a little more freaked out than I was at first. The sun was behind the trees, and my eyes were barely starting to adjust to the light, or the lack thereof. I started to feel the typical sense of something watching me, but I was too afraid of looking to see what it was. The feeling grew to paranoia, and I eventually started to run, my heart rushing in the fear of being caught by whatever was in the woods with me. When I got to the cabin, I found myself giving in to the temptation of looking back. So, I peeked toward the tree line. The figure I saw looking back at me was a sight I wouldn't forget, not for years to come. It was a very large, almost wolf-like creature. It was hunched over in a sort of stalking kind of position, but the way it looked was a little strange. It was crouched on its hind legs, with one hand on a tree and the other by its side. I was shocked. I didn't really know what I was looking at, but I was frightened. I couldn't get myself to stop looking at it, afraid that if I took my eyes off of it for a moment, it would run at me. So there I was, almost face to face with this dog-ape thing whose eyes glowed in the darkness in a slightly amber-orange tint. The creature stepped out of the tree line, allowing me to get a better look at how massive it was. My fear immediately grew once I saw it at full height, and it growled at me. Terrified, I tore through the cabin door and locked it, keeping away from the windows and cowering, hoping whatever that thing was wouldn't come looking for me. The Michigan Dogman, from Arrow. This takes place a year ago. Now, my house is an old 2-story home. It has one front door, and that's the only way in and out of the place. The stairs that lead to my second-story room are to the left. The living room and bathroom are straight in front of the door, as the bathroom is behind the living room. So the night started off as many others did, and my friends Ian and Ethan, not their real names, came over and were playing the new Call of Duty game with me, as well as watching anime and talking about what normal teenage boys talk about while hanging out. Around 11:30 p.m., we were right in the middle of watching a new episode of Dragon Ball Super, when I looked down at my cup and realized I'm out of Pepsi. So I tell Ian and Ethan I'd be right back. I made my way downstairs into the kitchen. I grabbed a 2-liter out of my fridge, and then I caught a glimpse of a hairy hand in my kitchen window. It was feeling around for a half-eaten steak that we'd left out on the counter. We'd left the window open because earlier in the day we burned pizza rolls, and it smelled really bad. As I saw this hairy hand, I froze in place, as behind that hand was what appeared to be a human body, but there was something wrong about it. As I looked more upwards, I realized that it had a head of a beast, like some sort of dog-wolf hybrid. I dropped the 2-liter of pop, and it realized that I had noticed it. It pulled its hairy hand out of the window, causing the window to drop to its closed position as it took off into the woods nearby. I could hear a slight bark coming from the front yard. It was my dog Obi, a King German Shepherd. I hadn't realized until now that he was still outside. I heard him as he came sprinting around the house. Obi usually never barks at anything, even other animals, so I knew that the thing I saw was just wrong. I ran over to the window to see Obi vanish into the woods that sat behind the house. I ran back upstairs to get Ian and Ethan and explained that Obi had run off, and they agreed to help me chase him down. I left out the part about me seeing the creature. I couldn't let my loyal dog Obi die on my watch because my friends didn't believe me. I'd be devastated if anything happened to him. We grabbed our flashlights and ran into the woods after Obi. We searched until I heard a familiar scream. It was Ian, who had apparently split up from us. We ran over, only to see him standing in front of the creature I'd seen earlier. The creature let out a terrible screech as it ran off. The 3 of us regrouped, shocked at what we saw, and headed back toward the house. I stopped first and looked back, looking where the creature had been standing. There on the ground was Obi. I ran back over to him, lifting him up and carrying him back to the house. I was in tears. When we were back in the yard, I ran right for my car and took Obi to the nearest vet. Luckily, Obi was going to be fine. He had 2 broken legs, and he would take a couple of months to recover, but he was going to be 100% in no time. So I'm glad to say he's now running and being a dog again. He's just fine nowadays, but we still haven't seen that beast since then. And for the sake of Obi and myself, I hope it never comes back. Caught in the Rain, from Delgado. When you clock out of your shift at a convenience store, the rain is coming down as hard as it ever has, and your live-in boyfriend calls to let you know that the car you share won't start. It means a long, wet walk through the streets at night. Alone, exhausted, stressed out about how you're going to scrounge up the money to pay for your car repairs. My boyfriend texted me as I walked down the road, letting me know that he could meet me halfway so that I didn't have to walk the entire way there alone. While I didn't want to be a bother to him, he did work full-time too and had just gotten off work himself. I certainly didn't want to walk the entire way home by myself. It was going to be a 5-mile walk. At the time, I lived in a small town. Between our even smaller home and the convenience store was a meandering route of semi-suburban low-income housing, slowly fading into farmland for a couple of miles. Being alone at night on a suburban road was something I dreaded. I'd heard stories of people getting mugged or taken off the street or worse, so the first large rock I could find along the road, I picked up and kept it close to me. To be honest, I'd never actually walked these roads before. Our Ford Taurus had been good to us for the past 6 years, so for a moment after the call with my boyfriend, I was taken aback. The thought of walking 5 miles in the rain, nonetheless, it sounded less than ideal. Step by pant-soaked step, I reminded myself that 2.5 miles in, my boyfriend would be waiting. I'd even bought him some Swiss rolls, his favorite snack cake. He loved those things. His smile would definitely brighten up my night, as would his far superior cell phone flashlight. After 30 minutes of walking, not seeing another person outside their homes, I made it to the farmland and wooded portion of the road. I sighed with relief, fixing the hood of my poncho to cover my bangs better. But of course, just as I'd expected being such a paranoid person, thoughts of what could go wrong in this road flooded me. I vaguely remembered my grandpa, who was a lifelong hunter, telling me about all the big cats he'd seen in the region. My dad never believed him, saying big cats hadn't roamed these parts in decades. Now that I was thinking about it, my grandpa shot back, saying that he'd been stalked by a cougar himself in these very woods for miles, until the safety of his old pickup truck led him back to civilization. A chill went up my spine. Imagine walking along, minding your own business when you spot a 4-legged, fur-covered, 160-pound batch of feline muscle tailing you, slowly, knowing it could outrun and overpower you at any point, if it so pleased. And then there were the other stories that both Dad and Grandpa used to tell. The stories that I never did believe. Those stories should have been scarier to me. But they didn't scare me back then. It was something so unbelievable. They used to tell me stories about the Native Americans that used to live in these parts, about a society of warriors known as the Dog Soldiers. Obviously, that wasn't the unbelievable part. The unbelievable part was when they said that these fearsome fighters' spirits lingered on far beyond death. Grandpa told me that their souls still wander the earth, protecting their ancient lands. But my dad, who I assumed just wanted to scare me even more, told me that the Dog Soldiers often appeared in the woods or along the roads in our home state as something half man and half dog. I remember rolling my eyes at this story, telling my dad in particular that werewolves aren't real. Then he told me they aren't werewolves. They're something else. I continued walking, now realizing that I was approaching the segment of road where the street lamps became further apart. I even stopped after passing the last frequent street lamp, intimidated by the much more vast darkness ahead of me. By then, my shoes had become completely soaked with water, right through to my socks and down to my toes. I could feel my skin pruning up. The feeling was so gross, and I knew I'd have a sore or two by the time I got home. Never again, I told myself. From there on out, we'd take my aunt up on her offer to borrow my late uncle's old truck. Too bad she lived in a different state, otherwise she could come pick me up too. I checked my GPS, arching my head over my phone to mitigate the amount of torrential downpour that struck the screen. But it was useless. Rain had curled in from my hood and soaked the top of my hair, which was now dripping all over my phone. Well, I was 2 miles in at that point. Not much further to go now, I thought. Then I'd see my boyfriend donning his bright yellow poncho. If it wasn't so rainy and dark, I'd probably be able to see him already. The road was pretty darn straight there. Suddenly, my phone rang. I slid my thumb over the green phone icon and placed the device snugly between my hood and ear. The screen had read, Taylor, my boyfriend's name. "Hey," I said a little louder than usual thanks to the storm. There was no vocal reply. Instead, I heard what sounded like white noise and rain and shuffling. My eyebrow raised. I figured he hadn't locked his phone after glancing at it, and the water had done some weird things to the screen. Then bam, he called me and didn't even know it. I hung up and locked my phone, placing it neatly back in my pocket. Just a little bit longer. I nearly jumped when I heard the thud on the forest floor to my left. Stopping in my tracks, I turned and looked around. There was no movement beyond the wind and rain. The wind wasn't so strong, but I was sure it was probably a torn branch or even a tree that had fallen. Still, it had given me a pretty big spook. When all you hear for an hour is rain and rolling thunder, a closer, heavier noise can be pretty surprising. I thought about grabbing my phone again and using its rather weak flashlight to scan the trees, but I figure that would just waste any battery I had left. If I was stuck out here on foot already, I'd lose it if I didn't have a working phone. After I was sure that I didn't hear anything else out there, I turned forward and just kept walking. Sure, I walked a little faster pace, but can you blame me? Being the type of person that thinks of all the scariest things that could happen or exist at a given time or place is rough. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps, about a dozen quick steps racing from behind me to the left, to much further ahead of me. I turned toward the trees again, eyes focusing on the position of the noise as it raced off ahead within the trees. All I could think was, the heck was that? It took me much longer this time to continue walking, realizing now that the previous thud wasn't just nothing. Then again, there were quite a few deer around these parts. So eventually I did start moving again, trying to ignore the goosebumps that had gathered on the back of my neck. I walked for a few minutes, glancing from the road just in front of me to the trees to my left, almost constantly. My paranoia was growing by the second, and the wildlife stirred by the storm was driving me to madness. "Just a deer," I muttered over and over, hardly able to even hear myself as I drudged through the downpour. I stopped again, unable to lift my foot for the next step. I had glanced back at the road and spotted something up ahead. A figure that I could hardly see, but it was definitely there, and it wasn't a trick of my eye. There was a human figure crouched toward the left center of the road ahead. It seemed to be peering towards me. I didn't move for the longest time, waiting for the figure to move instead. Was it a person? I wondered. Or was it some animal forming an eerie silhouette to my tired mind? Eventually, I had convinced myself it was just some animal, that if I'd keep on walking, the creature would move out of the way, frightened by the presence of a human. I took one step, shoe crunching under a wet, stray rock. Immediately, the silhouette shifted. It rose high into the air, now standing. The figure was tall. So it was a person, I figured. Why had they been crouching in the road like that? And now they were definitely looking in my direction. Why were they so still and silent? "Hello?" I called out. I nearly fainted when the figure darted back toward the woods so quickly and so awkwardly. If it was a person, they were insanely fast. Also, there was something wrong with the way it ran. Their legs seemed twisted or broken or something. It was hard to place the anxiety I felt when seeing the way it moved. But the figure was gone now, and the road ahead was once again clear. I took off in a jog this time, wanting to pass this particular stretch of road sooner rather than later. After a few minutes of jogging, I slowed down to catch my breath, checking my phone as well. There were no further calls, no texts. In fact, I was now half a mile past the 2.5-mile point, and I hadn't even realized it due to the prior events. Where was he? Why hadn't I seen Taylor yet? Still walking, I tapped the recent calls icon and clicked his name, bringing the phone back to my ear. I waited. A few more ringback tones later, I heard his voice.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you. Leave a message and I'll get back to you ASAP."
I checked the phone, making sure there wasn't something wrong with it. Everything was perfectly normal, though, which makes perfect sense because the call had gone through just as it should have. Except Taylor never answered. My mind wandered as I continued forward. There were only another 2 miles to go at that point. But where was my boyfriend? He had never broken a promise to me before, so I wasn't at all worried that he'd forgotten or lied or anything like that. Instead, I began to suspect he'd gotten hurt or somehow lost. A few more minutes passed by and I decided on trying to call him again. I dialed, put the phone back to my ear, waited and listened. My heart sank. I heard something else this time. As if on autopilot, I turned slowly to face the woods, all the while his voicemail message played in my ear again.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you."
Coming from just beyond the nearest row of trees was the sound of the default Android ringtone. After all, Taylor had never bothered to change it. I wanted to step forward. I wanted to approach the trees and find him in there, or to find a phone that just wasn't his. It couldn't be happening, I told myself. This was impossible. Why would he be out there? He's perfectly fine and just waiting for me somewhere. I swallowed hard. My breath had left me, because as I stared into that patch of woods, I noticed a figure. A tall figure that almost appeared human, but with a strange walk to it. The same sort of figure I'd seen in the road earlier. About 30 yards away was the next street lamp. There was enough light that, as the figure stepped forward, I could make out more and more details. When the snout appeared in the faint lamplight, I collapsed to my knees. It couldn't be real. There was no way. But there it was, standing there, flesh and blood and rigid bone, shaped like a man, but with the features of a dog. It didn't snarl or growl, and once it was completely in the light of the lamp, it stopped. The creature stared at me, observing me. It seemed reliant on its eyes the way a person would, never twitching or lifting its snout to smell me. The body on this thing was only partially covered in patchy hair, dark skin shimmering and wet underneath. Despite its calm demeanor, I was horrified. I wanted to jump to my feet and take off. I was nearly home, but I knew I couldn't make it. Not if this thing wanted to chase me down. If this had been what was moving around in the woods earlier, it was by far faster than a person. I could smell it from the road, musky and earthy, like a man's sweat after a run, a fresh rain, and freshly dug soil mixed together. And there was a tinge of something else too, something metallic, coppery. And then I noticed its lips. There was something on them that was being washed off by the rain. As it hit the exposed earth underneath the creature, it formed a puddle of deep red. Maybe it wasn't interested in me, because it was no longer hungry. The next bit is a blur to me. I remember being on the ground, then suddenly being on my feet further up the road, and nearly under the street lamp. My vision was a blur of rain, or maybe tears. For the next mile, I didn't even realize I'd been screaming until my voice gave out, and I slowed to a stagger. Having taken off at a full run from that thing, I expected its claws to wrap around my throat at any moment from behind. And from the pain in my lungs and heart and mind, for a second I swear I would have welcomed that. Eventually, the apartment complex came into view. I didn't hesitate to climb the stairs, each step feeling like another mile walked. By then, I'd thought of calling the authorities a dozen times but never could stop long enough to reach for my phone. I opened the door, eyes shut until I'd closed it behind me, praying that I'd hear Taylor's voice letting me know that he was happy to see me home, that he hadn't been able to meet me halfway because of one sensible reason or another. But I never did hear his voice. I collapsed on the sofa, and I cried until I had the strength to report him missing. I hung up the phone, and I fell to my side, face in a pillow and a bunched up Swiss roll in my pocket. My cousin was lost in the woods. From 24 Running. When I was 6 years old, my cousin of the same age went missing. No worries, he's fine. But it's the stuff he said after he came back that's really stuck with me over the years. We're both 32 now, and his story has never changed, not in the slightest. So when he was little, his family went camping in the Ozarks. He said they stayed up roasting marshmallows before he went to sleep in his tent. In the middle of the night, something opened up the tent and began to pull him out by the foot. My cousin says he was terrified to the point that he didn't want to move or speak at all. He even closed his eyes when he was pulled from the tent completely. He was too scared to see who or what was taking him, and he wanted to pretend he was sleeping. Whoever it was, its arms were covered in thick hair, similar to a Labrador's. It tossed my cousin over its shoulder like a bag of potatoes. By then, he started looking around. He saw backwards bent legs under the thing and pointed ears at both sides of its head. He slowly started to raise up and swears he saw a long snout on its face, but couldn't be sure from the angle he was at. It dropped him off by a small creek, where my cousin pretended to remain asleep. By this point, it had been about an hour. My cousin says he felt water coming up to his ears as the thing started to nudge him into the water. Suddenly, he heard voices in the distance, his parents. When he opened his eyes, the creature was gone. Within a minute, his parents and siblings were on him, asking him if he was okay. They had discovered he was missing when his dad got up to ask for toilet paper in the middle of the night. My cousin had had it last, and they'd all been sharing one roll. When his dad opened up his tent, he saw that his son was gone, and he was nowhere within the nearby woods. That's his extremely weird story. But the fact that even at this age he still defends it, I can't help but believe it, at least somewhat. Life Lesson, submitted by Goku for Life. My name is Stefan. I'm almost 6 foot and I'm almost 14. Me and my best friend Brett live in a real ratchet community, and me and him are tough kids. That's just because we had to be. Where we live, the most uncommon things are common, but this run-in was so bizarre and terrifying that it scared us both, maybe Brett even more. Brett and I have a real rowdy type of humor that may ruffle others. Now Brett is much more tough than me, but shorter, like I mean a lot. One day, Brett and I were playing basketball at a very dark 5 p.m. when our friends said they wanted to play. Brett asked if we could go get another ball from his house close by the court. I agreed as we went on our way. This path is the way he uses to get to school, as I know because I often go with him. But that's during the daytime. This was pure dark, and it took on a creepy vibe. As we went on, we started to hear a noise, kind of like a dog barking, but it was much wheezier. Brett sucker punched me out of nowhere and said that it was just his fat grandma, and we laughed. But I still couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. I had never heard a dog sound like that before. As we went on, that joke faded right into fear as we heard some leaves rustling behind us. My head whips back around naturally and I see a dog's legs. I immediately thought it was a lack of light because I was only seeing 2 of the legs. Little did I know that it was not the lighting that was the problem. I bumped into Brett on the shoulder and he groaned. We're almost there. We made it to the house and I just realized what I did wrong. My mom was supposed to pick me up that night, and I was not allowed anywhere near Brett's house. She didn't really approve of him, so I'd be in a lot of trouble if she came by and saw that I wasn't there. I told Brett that I remembered that, and he replied that we could take an ATV back. So we quickly grabbed a ball and got in the vehicle. It was really nice and even had a roof on it. I could not stop thinking about that weird dog thing, but it was easy to brush off as we weren't on foot this time. We took off down the trail going a little too fast, hitting tree branches and the like as we were underage drivers. We just had to have fun with everything. As we were almost there, the ATV stopped. Brett said that there is something blocking the way. Of course, due to our usual humor, I was the one moving it. This thing was gray and the headlights made it look furry. It also looked very heavy, so I grabbed a crowbar from the trailer bed, and I walked towards the thing, thinking it was some sort of mossy rock. I slid the crowbar under it, and it growled like an angry dog. But this was way too big to be some dog. It uncurled into this creature, then stood up with gray ragged fur and hellish red eyes, and in those red eyes were yellow pupils. It opened a large, sharp mouth, and as it did, it unleashed a roar that ripped through the sound of the ATV's engine. I dropped the F-bomb and hit it with the crowbar, but that only made it angrier. I ran and I jumped back into the ATV. Brett hit the accelerator and rammed the thing as it ran on 2 big dog legs, then switched to 4 as it hit the brush. The 2 of us were mortified and we raced back to the court. We got out of the ATV and sat on the court, wondering what the hell just happened. Our friend stood there staring at us, wondering what we were doing. It took us a long time to get out of that ATV. I admit we were pretty confused as much as we were scared. Eventually, we got out of the ATV. We sat on the court and told all our friends that were there, who immediately after hearing all wanted to leave. Brett was white as flour and told me to walk to school with him the next day. I don't blame him. Ever since that night, Brett and I have been scared to go on the trail in the back of the old football field and basketball court. As I said before, we told all of our friends about the encounter, but our friend Nick wanted to go back there at night. I think he wanted to see it for himself. After school, the 3 of us started on the trek, and just thinking about going back on that trail gave us chills. Nick, being either brave or stupid, wanted to go off the trail, into the woods, but me and Brett refused. Sadly, we didn't follow through. That's the mistake that we still regret. The night was very still and quiet, and the super moon peeking through the night sky made me shiver. Right now typing this, I'm shivering thinking of the creature. The Dogman got our presence because howls often ripped through the woods as we sped up. Rustling noises were around us as well. We shouldn't have gotten off the trail, I know that now. As I did before, Nick dropped F-bombs left and right as he cried like the fool who got us lost. And sure enough, the Dogman himself appeared in front of us. We shone our flashlight on it, and it was as frightening of a thing as I remembered. I swear all the color in the three of us drained at the sight of this thing, and its nasty gray fur and the face that was like a wolf's head. Its lips curled back and it began to snarl. We took off. I made a foolish choice to look back at the thing as we ran for our lives. This Dogman was foaming from the mouth on all fours with its ears pointed and eyes illuminated. We were now bolting into the football field and trying our best to make it into the basketball court where some other kids were. When I looked back again, the Dogman turned to the woods, and at the moment we reached the court, he zipped back into the forest. These kids all knew our story and knew what we were doing. They ended up fist bumping us and laughing, but me, Brett, and Nick were not laughing at all, and we were done for the night. Dogman by the Train Tracks, submitted by Ariel Blonsky. This happened around 2 or 3 months ago. I live in Canada, and this happened on a very cold night. Family had come in from America recently, so the night this happened, my family was exhausted and were sleeping. I was playing on my phone when my friend texted me, asking if I wanted to go to the woods with her. Of course, I said yes. I'll be there in 5 minutes. It sounds weird, but we enjoyed walking around in the woods, especially after dark. I got my shoes on and I left the house. My friend was outside waiting for me, and we began walking into the nearby woods. Just for some background, I am a 13-year-old girl, and I was never scared of anything in the woods really. I never had a reason to be. These woods were right next to my house after all, so I grew up around them. We were just walking and fooling around like normal teenagers do. We were beginning to get close to the train tracks when I got a feeling I was being watched. I brushed it off thinking that it was just that feeling of being in the dark. I think we all know that feeling. That's when I heard a loud crunch from beside us. We looked toward the noise, and there, not too far from us, was a big pair of red eyes. They looked like they were bulging out of their sockets. They were glaring at us from the nearby bushes. I was so horrified at that moment that I'm shaking now just retelling this story. Both of us stood there, frozen in fear. I was looking in the thing's blood-red eyes. Then this creature stood up on its hind legs, towering over us at about 7 feet tall. It had light gray hair everywhere, but its face looked canine, and its eyes looked eerily human. I mean, even its fingers were like a person's, except for the 5-inch claws at the tips. I glanced over to my friend, and in shock I saw that she was no longer there. She had taken off, faster than I've ever seen her. Then I looked back at the thing. Its lips were curled back in a vicious snarl. Finally, I pushed myself to run. I knew running from it would only make it chase after me, but I just kept running. And I couldn't help but look behind me, and this thing was in fact giving chase, and it was catching up fast. I could feel my heart pounding painfully in my chest, and I ran as fast as I possibly could, my vision going blurry around the edges, which I can only assume is the adrenaline pumping through my body. When I finally made it out of those woods, my friend was there actually waiting on me, if you could believe that after her taking off. But she had a look of pure terror on her face. She said, "I thought you were going to die." I couldn't reply, so we just sprinted home. She only lived 3 houses down closer to the city, and she walked me home. She lived close enough that, though I offered to walk her home first, she said she'd be fine. And being scared out of my mind, I was okay with that. When I made it back home, I locked every door in the house, and I walked right up into my room wondering what the hell just happened. There was no way I was getting to sleep that night. Every little noise kept me up, and about an hour later after lying in bed, I heard a howl from behind my house. It was loud and way too close. I jumped in fear out of my bed and walked downstairs to my parents' room. They were awake as well, and they asked me if I had heard it too. I said yes. Now, every so often, me and my friend talk about that night, and we always think of things that thing could have been. But I can't help but think about that big bright full moon that was out on the very same night. The Howl, submitted by Justin G. Let me start off by saying I never saw anything, no glowing eyes, no suspicious silhouette, just a very bizarre and strange howling. I live in Iowa, and while I was not born here, I have now lived the majority of my life here. I live in a small but active town of around 10,000 or so people. We have shopping centers, tons of fast food chains, and many other conveniences within walking distance. The tale I'm sharing now took place some time ago, around the summer of 2009. I had lived in my parents' house for a few years and was very comfortable walking everywhere I needed to go. I couldn't afford a car and I preferred being up at night as opposed to daytime, so walking never really bothered me. I must have walked near every street in our town at night, mostly just bored with nothing else to do, but rarely sneaking to a girlfriend's house. The point I'm getting at is I was never afraid of my town nor the dark. I knew every inch. I was a night owl. The dark was comforting. The silence, the cool air, it just suited me better. However, one night was different. I was bored and decided to walk down to the nearest gas station to buy some candy. I didn't have anything in mind. I was more interested in having something to do than the candy itself. It was one of those nights that I just felt restless. Yet, even before I left the house that night, something felt off. I had a funny feeling that I should have stayed inside. The feeling was nagging at me, but I shook it off as my mind just messing with me, for lack of a better term for it. I got dressed and grabbed my wallet, and I slowly made my way outside, careful as to not wake my parents. It was late at night, well past midnight. I had been watching Adult Swim and gotten bored when they began running the shows from earlier that night, so it must have been after 2 in the morning. Soon as I got outside, my sense of there being something wrong went through the roof, yet I still refused to believe what my mind was telling me. I have a bit of OCD, and over the years I've learned to ignore a lot of my feelings and urges, as they were typically just nonsense. But I see now that that night was different. I began walking down the block, but something told me not to go the quickest way, so I gave in to my OCD and took the longer route. It was not a huge increase in distance and time, and if it shut my mind up, I was happy to do it. Even taking the long way, I felt a general unease. The night seemed wrong for some reason. Normally I feel at home in the night, but this night I felt very much out of place. Just the uneasy feeling made me uneasy. Actually, to think of it, everything else felt odd too. It was oddly silent. There were no stray cars down the street on the highway. There were no crickets even making any noise. Not an animal in sight. At this time of night, it's very common to see cats and dogs roaming freely, along with wild creatures like the occasional possum or raccoon. But not tonight. I quickly made it down the 3 blocks to the gas station, and once I was there, I felt worse. Here I was surrounded by light and the store clerk who was struggling to stay awake. But it was just not right. I felt like it was a mistake coming out of the cover of darkness. I couldn't help but feel like something could see me now. I bought some Starburst and quickly left the gas station. I just wanted to get home right now, but at the same time I did not want to go back into the dark. Courage prevailed for once, however, as I took off up the street toward my house, even taking the quick route. I make it halfway home, over by a couple of local businesses. In between them was an alley. That alley caught my attention. It seemed so out of place for some reason. I'd walked past it a million times, but tonight it seemed wrong, just as everything else did that night. As I got closer, my urge to run grew and grew, but I just kept a steady walking pace towards it. But I managed to walk right past the alley without incident. But no more than 10 feet away from it, I could hear trash cans tipping over way down at the other end. It was a good distance from me, but it still seemed odd. I hoped it was a wild animal or a cat, but as I stood there waiting, I heard the worst howl I've ever heard. It was definitely no dog or coyote. It was a deep, guttural howl, the kind that instantly makes your brain conjure images of a werewolf or the infamous Dogman. I backed away, eyes still toward the valley. Soon I was running backwards. Finally, I turned and bolted to my house. Once at the door, I looked around, worried at what was out there, worried that something may have followed me. Yet there was nothing, so I quickly unlocked my door and got back in. I did not go out in the dark for quite a while after that, but when I finally did venture back out, everything was normal again. Animals were running around. Crickets were making themselves known, and the night became home once more. Still, though, I will never forget that howl. It tried to kill me. Submitted by Anakin. My friend and I were on our way to the campsite, actually a cabin in the woods we had rented out. We were finally out on a weekend camping trip we had been planning. When we got to the cabin, we were at least a few miles away from any nearby cities, which is the way I like it. Let me give you a little bit of information first. I was born in Michigan, and I've heard all too well the legend of the Dogman. It's a dog-like animal that would stand up on its hind legs. Anyway, later that night, my friend and I could not sleep, so we just decided to go out walking the quiet, dark trails of the woods. We ended up talking about, actually more joking about, some old personal stories that embarrassed us. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard a low howl. It reminded me of the howl from American Werewolf in London in the most disturbing way. We were immediately spooked, and we began to head back to camp. Then we heard some branches snapping on my left. Out of instinct, I shot my gaze in that direction, and I caught sight of two large, bright, yellow eyes. Not thinking, we shone our flashlights right at it, and it snarled at us. My friend completely lost it and gunned it back to camp, but when I tried to run, the thing leaped at me and forced me to the ground. My first thought was my knife, which I always kept on me, but I never honestly had to use it before for something like this. It all happened so fast. I slid my knife out of my pocket and popped it open in such a rapid and clumsy way that I had accidentally cut the creature, though I was planning on doing worse to get away. It released me, and I quickly broke into a sprint back to the cabin. When I made it back, I locked the door and looked out the window, and that's when I saw the worst. This creature was running towards the door I had just locked, and that's when I got a better look at the thing. It was large with an elongated snout and pointed ears. I would have honestly mistaken it as a bear if its body wasn't so toned and lacking hair. Not to mention those eyes, which just didn't match up to its animal-like body. It rammed the door once, and a loud thud rang throughout the cabin. And then everything fell quiet. I had jumped back when I saw it running toward the cabin, so I leaned back over to the window to see where it was, only to see its vicious, snarling face inches away from mine. I almost fell over onto the floor. Luckily, it backed away and proceeded into the woods. My friend and I were left there, dumbfounded and looking at each other like, what the hell was that thing? We have to get out of here now. The problem with that, though, was the fact that we had walked here since we lived only a few miles away, and there was no way we were walking back out. We discussed calling 911, but we weren't harmed. We honestly had no idea what to do, so we ended up just sitting in the living area, looking out the windows, hoping that that thing did not come back. Eventually, I got the courage to go back toward the window to get a better look, and I could make out several pairs of those same yellow eyes at the tree line. Something inside of my head told me to go outside, to leave the cabin, to walk into the woods. I shook it off, completely bewildered as to what I was thinking. We both waited out until sunlight finally shone through the windows. The walk back to town was both quiet and terrifying. Later, the two of us ended up discussing this encounter, and we concluded that it must have been the Dogman. What really scares me, though, was how close I got to this thing, that I had to defend myself from something most people only barely glimpsed. Somewhere out there, my knife is lying on the forest floor with that thing's blood on it, and I'll be damned if I ever want to go back for it. Dogman in the Woods. Submitted by Michael L. For reasons of anonymity, I will not be sharing mine or my friends' names. Let's just call my friends L, R, and F. We were all the same age at around 14. We were biking in northern Minnesota, on a trail practically in the middle of nowhere, besides ours cabin about 15 miles away from where we were biking. Now here's something worth mentioning. Me and my friends are all over 6 feet tall and we're very strong for our age. We had been biking for maybe an hour now and the trail began to thin, so we had to ride in line with each other. I was in the back, with L, F, and R in front of me in that order. The trail was now so thin that we had to lift our legs off the pedals at certain points to avoid getting cut on sharp, jagged, and dead branches. the trail began to dip down the mountain that R's cabin was on, and we were so caught up in the trail that we never realized that we had passed the 30 miles away from home flag pinned to a tree. That marker was the last marker on the trail. We stopped in a clearing just off the trail, and by now it was probably 8 at night. We made a fire and hunted a rabbit to share with each other. After we ate and talked for a while, I checked my watch, and it was about 10 p.m. The way R's father signaled us to come back was by lighting a bonfire. When we saw it, we packed our stuff and began biking back up the mountain. At about the 20-mile marker from home, we all heard a deep growl in the woods and stopped. Elle asked, "Did you hear that?" in a shaky voice. We all responded silently by nodding our heads. We then heard a weird screech as this massive creature came leaping out of the woods at us. The thing was about 15 feet away and it towered over us, maybe 7 feet tall. Now this next part sounds bizarre, but it's the best way I can describe it. The thing had muscular legs like a dog's and the torso of a deer. Its arms resembled a human's, but the hands and claws were that of a bear and the head of a coyote. R pulled out his .22 caliber handgun and turned the safety off. I think the creature either recognized the gun or knew it was bad, because he lunged at R and tackled him to the ground. R was just screaming so loud. The worst part was the creature was also screaming. It was the same pitch and tone as R, like the creature was mocking him while tearing him apart. I finally just snapped out of my trance-like state, staring at what was happening. I pulled out my .308 hunting rifle and yelled at it to get the hell off of him. I fired a nervous shot that I had no idea if it landed. The thing didn't even flinch. He just stopped and looked at me with the most hatred I've ever seen before in my life. He snapped his claws at me and tore a gash in my face down to my cheekbone. R's father was only 5 miles away. He was walking down the trail looking for us when he heard us screaming. When he got there and saw R's condition, he just knelt down by him and prayed that everything was going to be okay. R's face was scratched up pretty bad and his coat was shredded, revealing a scratch and torn chest. The creature, which had run off into the woods, sounded about 400 feet away now. The roar was so loud it just echoed throughout the whole mountain. R's dad, when he heard the roar, picked up R and threw him on his back. He yelled to me, Elle, and F to ride up to the cabin as fast as possible. When we got back, we called the police and paramedics with the landline phone he had in his cabin. We got back at midnight, and we still hadn't seen anything of R and his father at 2 in the morning. R and his father ended up having to be hospitalized, and the rest of us were scarred for life about the woods. I mean, who wouldn't be? Everyone chalked this up to a bear attack, which is pretty reasonable, I guess. But what we saw did not look like a bear. Unless somehow we were so scared that we demonized this creature. Either way, it's been 15 years since then, and I still have not gone back in the woods ever since.
Dogman in Wyoming, from Zach Rodaw. This sighting occurred back during the summer of 2017. I was 17 years old, and I was about to enter my senior year of high school. I live within the town of Sheridan, Wyoming, a nice little cowboy town, even though many people here absolutely suck at driving. There's plenty of teenagers here who try to think of Sheridan as a ghetto town, selling and dealing in questionable things and whatnot. Nevertheless, overall it's a cozy place. My story, however, doesn't take place within the town of Sheridan. The story I'm about to share with you originates from within the Bighorn Mountain Range, a spur of mountains connected to the Rockies. The camping posse consisted of me, my cousins M and A, my aunt who we'll call B, and A's friend. M was about 19 at the time of these events, and we shared a mutual fascination with cryptids, spirits, and aliens. There was also A, who was about 15. We were camped out next to a decently sized lake called Park Reservoir, which was often a popular spot to camp at. However, that day, it was only us and an elderly couple that camped there. M and I had spent the day four-wheeling the sandy perimeter of the reservoir and fishing for the resident rainbow, brown, and brook trout within the lake. A and her friend spent most of their time either inside the camper or just swimming. B simply just relaxed in her folding chair, enjoying nature. though she did spend a little bit of time four-wheeling herself. When night came along, we all spent time sitting around the campfire, telling stories. The setting of the night wasn't very impressive. Clouds were blocking the sky so we couldn't see the stars, and the only visible part of the moon was the light that could barely even pierce through the clouds. Of course, we had hoped for a better night, but we'd take what we could get. Later on, Em and I stayed up a bit, while the others went to sleep. We wanted to do some night fishing. Em claimed that the moon was full from what he could tell, so that would be the best time to go fishing. The biting action wasn't actually the best, but we did manage to catch about 6 fish in the end, which consisted of 3 medium-sized rainbow trout ranging from around 12 to 13 inches, a decent-sized 14-inch brown trout, and 2 small brookies no greater than 9 inches. We kept on fishing though until around 11:30 that night. We stayed up late trying to get something bigger, but it just wasn't working out. Nothing out of the ordinary had occurred while we were out on the lake, but that would soon change. Em and I spent the night outside in a tent, while B, A, and A's friend slept inside the camper. We didn't mind though. We preferred staying inside the tent, as it was a perfect place to talk about scary stories, gossip between friends, and other things. A better place to make memories, I guess. Before long, we'd fallen asleep, though I wouldn't remain asleep very long. I woke up to a piercing howl, quite similar to the pained cry of a dog. It sounded distant, but not that distant, as if it came from the other side of the lake. I thought it was kind of neat, thinking maybe it was a wolf, but probably just a coyote. If it was a wolf, though, it was pretty rare, and that would be pretty cool to me. But I knew it'd be too dark for me to see much outside the tent, so I stayed still, just savoring the sound for a moment, thinking that if there was a wolf just outside somewhere, I could brag about hearing it to Em in the morning. I tried to slip back into sleep, but my body wouldn't let me. I couldn't explain why, but I felt on edge. Maybe it was because of what we'd been talking about before going to sleep. I spent the entirety of the next half hour feeling discomforted. Em was still fast asleep, though. I thought about waking him up to tell him about the wolf howl, but I decided it would be best to inform him about it in the morning. As I was once more ready to fall asleep, I heard rustling in the vegetation from behind the tent. My everlasting discomfort levels continued rising at an increasing pace. Perhaps it was a raccoon, a mule deer, a black bear at the worst. I'd seen fresh bear scat earlier in the afternoon, and I wouldn't have been surprised if that bear decided that it could get an easy meal from the campground. Black bears have quite the reputation for scouring about campgrounds looking for leftovers that people leave behind. Obviously, you're not supposed to leave anything out, but people forget, people get careless, and it can lead to some pretty creepy close encounters. It was then that I remembered that I'd left a bag of Cheetos on the portable folding table that my aunt brought along. Obviously an attractant to some hungry, junk-eating animals. My cousin left the flashlight in our tent, so I grabbed it, and I decided I would investigate. Don't get me wrong, I was still very nervous. My instincts were trying to restrain me from leaving the tent. It was like my brain was screaming at me, "Don't go out there." But curiosity had gotten the better of me. Once outside the tent, I shined the flashlight towards the direction of the disturbance, but I could not see anything. I didn't move very far from the tent at all. I stayed in place while slowly shining the flashlight in my circumference, hoping I would catch a glimpse of the culprit, whether that be a raccoon or a bear. Instead, I saw absolutely nothing. I figured it was simply just a deer that had passed by and went through the bush behind Em and I's tent. After a quick double check, I crawled back into the tent. being as stealthy as possible when climbing back in and zipping it back up so that I didn't wake up M. By that point, my uneasiness had calmed down quite a bit, and I felt as though I could fall back to sleep. Sure enough, I did. But I think I slept for less than an hour, but I can't be sure. All I know is that when I opened my eyes, it was still pitch black outside. When I woke up, I heard what sounded like the cooler crashing onto its side, spilling ice and soda cans, which slowly rolled onto the hardened soil. Immediately, I felt my heart racing and my adrenaline picking back up. I was too afraid to get up this time. I didn't want to check it out. But eventually, I found enough courage to finally grab the flashlight, which I kept with me inside my sleeping bag. As I slowly slipped out of the sleeping bag, I heard the crumpling of aluminum, as if it was now digging into the bag of Cheetos I'd left on the table. As quietly as possible, I unzipped the cover of the tent. I kept the flashlight off in order to keep my location hidden, as if that mattered, because whatever it had already seen me and was staring at me with bright amber-colored eyes that peered into my soul. There was something very off with these eyes. They were nearly 7 feet off the ground. Staring into them, I immediately trembled. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it was going to stop. I pointed the flashlight at it, and I pushed the switch with my thumb. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a humanoid dog. Bear with me now. It was dog in look, but human in shape. It stood on 2 legs and was leaned over the table, going at my Cheetos bag. It was covered in ruffled jet black hair, and it had hands on the front, not paws. I stood there, frozen in total shock. My tightened throat would not allow me to muster up any scream, and my legs would not let me run. The creature's gaze kept me in place. The bipedal canine-like creature twitched and pointed its ears in opposite directions. Then, slightly, it gaped its horrendous maw open, revealing butter-colored canine teeth layered with streaks of brown plaque. It had purplish gums with black outlines above the teeth. I could smell its breath from there. It was pungent and terrible, a stench of rotten meat that made my eyes water and my stomach nauseous. It was a foul odor that put the stench of sulfur and methane to shame. What it did next made my heart sink into the ground, an action that left a deep scar in my memory. I swear to you, I watched this thing smile, a wide, toothy grin that spanned across its muzzle, as if it knew I was terrified and enjoyed seeing me like that. Then, before I knew it, it swirled around and took off on all 4s back into the forest, dropping the bag of Cheetos on the ground. It's as if it weren't searching for food, but rather merely seeking to terrify someone. It knew we were there, but we didn't know it was there. I stood there like a statue, completely petrified from what I'd just seen, until I heard a voice coming from the tent behind me. "Zach, what are you doing? Why are you awake?" Em asked. I stuttered, too afraid to reveal anything of what I'd just seen. "Well, dude, spit it out," Em said in a whisper shout. I didn't say anything more, but I pointed the flashlight towards the bag of Cheetos on the ground, as well as the cooler that had been knocked over. "And did a bear come by? Or did you just do this to prank me?" he asked. I slowly looked over towards the tent. I could only see his outline in the reflection of his skin. I didn't think he could see me all too well, besides whatever the flashlight I was holding gave away, but I still slowly shook my head from side to side, too afraid to speak. I climbed back into the tent, but any thoughts I had of sleeping were quickly disposed of. I had stayed awake for the remainder of the night, and when morning came, I woke up him in order to tell him the story. I told it from the beginning with the wolf howl, the rustling in the bushes from behind the tent, to the encounter. I told him he was just a few seconds too late, or else he would have seen it too. I thought for sure he was going to think I was crazy, and that I was just over-dramatizing a bear encounter, but fortunately enough, he did believe me. He said how my fear felt genuine to him, and even he felt scared for a little bit when he saw me up in the middle of the night like that, holding the flashlight, resembling a statue that was about to crumble. When Bee woke up and saw the mess that was created, she asked us what had happened. I simply told her that a black bear came through camp last night, because I knew for certain that she would not believe the story. We cleaned up the mess and left that afternoon after loading up the four-wheelers and the camper. I scoured around the area for a bit, but I did not see any tracks that were left behind from the creature. The only evidence of its presence was the mess it had left behind. I didn't speak on the way back home, which was unusual for everyone. I was quite the talkative person on road trips. I simply stared out the window, that haunting image of a smiling beast lingering in my mind. Bee did ask me what was wrong, but I said that I was fine, just tired. When I got home, I started to look up sightings of things in the Bighorn Mountains, but I couldn't find any information. Was I the only one who's ever seen it? Or were people too afraid to talk about it? Eventually, though, I did stumble upon something called the Michigan Dogman. There were hundreds of sightings of this thing, and their descriptions of the creature were far too similar to my own. Be careful if you visit the Bighorn Mountain Range. There are some creatures out there that I'm sure you'd rather avoid. Dogman Sighting from Shay 912. I was 11 years old when this happened. I have a brother named Isaac who's 2 years older than me. Before my parents divorced, they took us to a place called Rabbit Island to go to our family's cabin. I had a lot of good memories there, like ice fishing and climbing trees during the winter, moving through the snow like a marshmallow man, because we wore way too much. My mom was inside cooking one day, so Isaac and I went outside to climb on our favorite tree. As I tried to get a grip on the bark, I saw something out of the corner of my eye running across the thick forest. I turned to look, but I didn't see anything, so I assumed it was our dog Russell running around. The two of us kept on climbing, when I then heard scratching, followed by growling, as if something was telling us that we've gone a little bit too far into its domain. The two of us stopped and looked around, a little bit creeped out. The noises stopped though, and we never saw what was making them. We cut our little tree climbing expedition short, suddenly feeling out of place out there, so we ran back inside, playing around on our iPod Nanos. That night we went to bed as usual, but I woke up a few hours after going to sleep because I needed to use the bathroom really bad. The cabin did not have a bathroom, so you could either use the outhouse or simply go behind a tree if you just needed to pee. I was going to do the latter, so I began to approach the backside of the house from outside, but when I rounded the corner, I was surprised because my mom and Isaac were already out there. I hadn't noticed that they were up. They were just staring at the wall of the cabin. I started to ask what they were looking at, but I turned to see for myself. There, several feet up above me, were claw marks on the edge of the cabin, fresh and deep. It had to have been made by something that was either on the roof of the cabin or was standing tall and could reach that high and the gouges were so big. "We need to go back inside, okay?" my mom said, with obvious panic in her voice. She grabbed us by our forearms and began to lead us back inside. When I felt her jump and I heard the sound that had caused her to do that, we all turned at once to face the source of a clawing and growling sound at a nearby tree. And there, peering out and baring its teeth from behind a large pine, was a big dog-like creature that was way too far off the ground to be anything normal. I wanted to believe it was a bear, but the way its mouth moved, the way it bared its teeth, it reminded me of our dog too much. My mom basically dragged us inside as she ran and locked the door behind her. It's been long enough now that I'm ready and able to go back there by myself. So just keep in mind, if you catch wind of someone perishing or being eaten at a cabin soon, it's probably me. Something in the trees, from Insulting. This happened to me as a kid. I'm 29 years old now, but I've never forgotten what happened to me and my friends when we were young. We were having a sleepover at a friend's house. That friend lives in a populated housing development with a bunch of trees surrounding it. He has the biggest backyard out of us, and with a nice pool and a trampoline, we were in heaven. Well, no sleepover around Halloween time is really fun without watching some scary movies, so we decided to turn on Werewolf in London, the black and white 1935 classic. After an hour or so, we got bored of the movie and decided to go out back, jumping on the trampoline. It was around 10 p.m. There was a full moon out and not a cloud in sight. We lived in West Virginia, so at the time at night we could see all the stars. We decided to lie down on the trampoline and relax, gazing up at the sky. His trampoline sits right next to a wood shed, and it was cool because we could jump on top of it and then jump back off of it onto the trampoline. Well, right to the left of that shed was a big tree with most of the leaves still on it, but starting to fall off. While we were lying there, Ryan jumped on top of the shed and was going to jump off, making all of us go up in the air a bit. I looked over at him and said, "Don't," and then I stopped. He replied, "Don't what, dude?" At that moment, I was staring into the tree next to him, because there was something in it, something with yellow eyes and a long dog-like nose pointing out behind some branches and leaves. I pointed at it, and I said, "Guys, there's something in that tree." Everyone laughed at me at first, playing it off like I was joking or something. I looked away for a split moment, and when I looked back up, I couldn't see it. Well, this is where it got bad, and no one was laughing anymore. The wind began to pick up and the tree was shaking, but not like the wind blowing it. It was literally shaking at the top. Something was crawling up the branches. We all just kind of stood up and looked up at the tree. Before I could blink, whatever was in that tree moved to the next one. They were almost connected, but still, you would have to jump onto a branch or something to get up there. The leaves were falling out of it like crazy, and the branches were beginning to break. I called out to Ryan, telling him we had to get back inside the house now. So like I said, it's a big backyard with a private fence, so it was a good ways away from the back door. I counted 1, 2, and 3 in my head. Then I broke into a sprint to the back door. The others followed. As we did this, whatever that thing was in the tree was jumping from tree to tree following us. The wind was blowing hard, and the trees were shaking, branches were breaking. Just as we made it back to the door, I looked behind us, and on top of the shed, I could see a dog-like face, those familiar yellow eyes, and huge paws grabbing onto the sides of it. As soon as we got in, we heard a spine-tingling howl from outside. It repeated this howl a few times. After that day, I never stayed over at Ryan's house again, but we never told our parents what happened. What's even better is that there have been 12 cow deaths at that farm less than a mile from his house, all of which have gone unexplained. Not sure what we saw that night, but I'm glad I'm still here to tell the tale. Osceola, New York werewolf from Charcoal Pitbull 23. I was 13 years old and I was at my stepdad's house. He lives in a heavily wooded area. I just got done hunting with him for the first time. It must have been around 4:30 p.m. It was an autumn Sunday, and the sun was just barely above the horizon. I helped him hang up the deer so we could take care of it the next morning. I was washing off the knife with the hose in the garage. When I was about to close the side door, I heard a twig snap to my right, so I looked over, and I saw something. It was this thing that had white fur and dark blue eyes. It was poking out from behind a tree. I froze and locked eyes with it. When I tried to back up, it came closer. I nearly messed myself. The thing was 6 feet tall and walked on 2 legs like a man. I continued to back up, but I tripped over a root sticking out of the ground. When I fell, the thing charged at me. I picked myself up, but my pant leg was stuck still. All I could think was, die fighting. So I desperately reached for my hunting knife. When I turned, prepared for the thing and its attack, it was gone. All I heard was growling and leaves moving. I quickly cut my pant leg free and I booked it back inside. I grabbed my dad's .44 Magnum carbine, loaded it, and waited behind the couch until my stepdad approached me and I told him what went on. He laughed and told me, "Sure thing, bud." I still go out in the woods, but I keep that Magnum real close, just in case I see that thing again. The Eyes from Charles M. I was about 9 or 10 years old, so it was several years ago. I was at Carter Lake, Iowa, at a cousin's house. I was actually across the street in a lot that a different cousin owned. I was clearing out a lot of weeds and trash. I suddenly began to hear noises like nails or claws clicking on metal, trees creaking, and the chain link fence and the sheet metal attached to it shifting and shaking. This was unusual because there was no wind that day, and when I say no wind, I mean not even a slight breeze. When I was done, I went inside and went to sleep for the night, not really thinking about it much. I woke around 6 or 7 in the morning. The sun was still rising, so it was a bit dark out. I decided to look out the front room window at the gate for the lot. I noticed it was open, but I was sure that I locked it before I went to sleep. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my dad's hunting knife from the nightstand. Then I went out to the lot to see if anyone was there. I looked all over, but there were no animals or people around, so I went ahead and closed the gate. I made sure I locked the gate this time and went back to the house. But just as I get across the street, I felt odd. I didn't feel alone anymore. So I turned around and I saw these 2 eyes that were unlike any animal I'd seen before. They reflected a bright red, and when I saw what the outline of the animal looked like, I began to shake all over. I knew immediately what it felt like to be a small little prey animal. It looked like a bear, but thin and emaciated. Not to mention, this bear would not stop walking on its hind legs. In fact, the shape of it appeared more like a dog. I ran back inside the house. I ran around the house, muttering "oh crap" repeatedly, locking every door and window. I sat down to catch my breath, and I looked out the same window I had before, but the lot was empty again, and the creature I'd seen was gone. I've got no idea as to what it was, but it scared the crap out of me. The thought that I was out there alone with something that big and extraordinary, it gives me chills.
An anonymous story from 4chan. I used to go visit my grandpa outside of Bozeman in the winters. Grandpa is this tiny little frail old man, but he's pretty hardy. He used to take us snowshoeing up in the mountains and carry most of the gear in his sled that he pulled behind him. It was freaking cold up there. Your snot would be frozen before it even left your nose. The times he did convince us to go out, we ended up staying in ice caves that Grandpa had carved into snowy banks earlier in the winter. And at the time out there, it got dark really early, and of course no campfires, because it was all ice and snow everywhere. One year we're out there camping with Grandpa, and he's really on the edge the whole trip. We don't ask him why, because we're stupid kids and don't think it matters, or maybe we thought it wasn't any of our business. He was acting strangely. He was irritable, with random outbursts, yelling at us for the smallest things. You should have seen how mad he got when we didn't tie a knot right, and he was furious when we didn't keep up with him fast enough. We stopped hiking at about 2 p.m. Nightfall wouldn't be for another 3.5 hours. My brother and I exchanged WTF looks with each other. We look around for his ice cave, but there isn't one. "Grandpa, where are we going to be camping?" I ask. But then Grandpa's nowhere to be found. We took our eyes off of him for one moment and he's gone. We can't find his footprints, which is strange because snowshoes leave enormous footprints that you can't miss. We backtrack and follow the trail to where we were earlier. But the footprints just end right there, right where me and my brother were when Grandpa told us to stop for the day. After a lot of deliberation, we decide to head back, following our tracks back to the main road, where we will somehow flag down a car and get someone to help us find our grandpa. We hike about an hour back the way we came when we suddenly hear a voice. "Where the hell have you kids been?" It's Grandpa, and he's pissed. He says that he was hiking along and all that, and the next time he turned around, we were gone. He says our footprints just ended about 100 paces back from wherever he was when he realized that we were gone. We tell him the same thing happened to us, and we just got back from 2 miles ahead of us on the trail. Suddenly, he goes into wild animal hyper-alert mode, stops talking. His eyes are scanning the forest around us, head pivoting side to side, trying to see everything at once. I'm freaking out, and my brother even starts crying. Grandpa won't respond when we ask him what's wrong, quietly muttering incoherently to himself. After what seems like forever, Grandpa starts moving again, simply says, "Follow me," and we do. Too scared to argue with him, but we realize that he's going in a third direction, not where we came from, and not where we were going originally. We were all hiking close together then, literally stepping on each other's feet because we're so creeped out. If it weren't for the ski poles, we would have been holding hands. We eventually emerge in a clearing. I recognize it as a lake, but you'd never know it in the winter when everything was frozen solid. We get out on the ice and walk all the way to the middle of the lake before we stop. Grandpa tells us to get out our parkas, as we're going to be staying a while. We ask him what's happening, but we don't get an answer. He gets out his binoculars and starts to scan the shoreline. This is a pretty big lake, so without binoculars, neither me nor my brother could really see anything besides little distant trees on the shore. At this point, Grandpa puts the binoculars down, unpacks a fairly large caliber revolver and holster, and puts it on his hip. He then picks the binoculars back up and points them in the same direction he was looking at a minute ago. Me and my brother both look in that direction. I can barely see something moving around. Not just one something, but several of them, all of varying sizes. They're all hanging out on the bank though. None of them leave the thick brush surrounding the lake or venture onto the ice. After a few minutes, Grandpa silently hands me the binoculars. When I look at the movement on the shore, I almost soil myself. I see 3 animals. 2 are what I can only assume are wolves, maybe coyotes, but I don't think that's what it was, because the bodies were way too long, almost snake-like. The 3rd animal is some sort of all-white thing standing on 2 legs, and the more I look at it, the stranger it appears. At first, I took it to be a bear, just standing on 2 legs. Then it starts walking, pacing really, and the legs are just too long and slender to be a bear's. I sit down on the ice, lean up against my backpack, and get a more steady grip on the binoculars. I slowly realize that whatever it is, it has the approximate build of a person, but the head is clearly not that of a human. It's some sort of animal, but I can't place it. I ask my grandpa what the hell it was. My brother snatches the binoculars away from me, and when he sees it, he labels it a bear man and wants to take a few shots at it. Grandpa says he thinks it's an Indian, dressed up in animal fur, trying to blend in with the forest surroundings and the animals he's with. Says that's what they did when they hunted. I still don't stop wanting to soil myself. Because if that's an Indian in a bearskin with 2 massive, weird-looking wolves, it didn't make any sense at all. And they were following us. Even better. And they were afraid of the ice for whatever reason. It's starting to get dark, and we're still out there on the ice. We're all watching the Indian bear man thing, whatever the heck it was, with his dog-wolf creatures, slowly wandering along the coastline, clearly avoiding the lake, but trying to figure out how to get out onto it somehow. Every once in a while, they'll change direction, as though they were pacing back and forth. And the time I have the binoculars, and I see the thing, his dogs, wolves, motionless and staring directly at us many times. No one breaks the silence for a while. When it gets too dark to see anything on the shore, Grandpa relaxes, puts down the binoculars, and actually starts to make a camp as though nothing had happened. Of course, we didn't have a tent, but we do have sleeping bags and bivy bags to keep the blowing snow off of them, and the wind off of our faces. Me and my brother look up at him like he's crazy. "We're gonna sleep out here," he says. I say something along the lines of, "What about that guy out there? He's right over there." But it didn't matter. We spent the long night in that exact spot. The next morning, we can't locate any animals or bear men after 45 minutes of scanning the trees around the lake. So it was safe, right? Grandpa declares it's safe, or safe enough to head back, and since he knows these woods well, we were going to take a different route back to the main road. After a mile, he's doubling back, staring at mountaintops and measuring angles between them with his arms, and I'm convinced he's lost. In the next moment, several things happen at once. With no warning, a huge moose gallops out of seemingly thin air and almost crushes my brother, managing to push him on the ground. Grandpa collapses for an unknown reason. The 3 of us manage to form a triangle, and then we see him, a slender person covered in white fur like a polar bear, with a bear head, or some kind of canine mask. Thing is, it looked extremely lifelike. The 2 wolf-like things are circling at a distance. The bear man lets loose a scream like you'd imagine would come from a Bigfoot, not a person. Grandpa half sits up, points his revolver, fires off 3 shots at the thing in rapid succession. There's a huge puff of snow like a silent explosion. and we can't see anything for a few moments. Then a second moose goes hurtling through, and after it's gone, the snow has settled down, and the bear man is gone too. No traces of blood to be found. We can still see one of the wolves circling us, but it's pretty far away. We proceed to book it out of the woods, taking the shortest and most direct route off the mountain. I think that Grandpa isn't really sure about what's going on, but nobody cares. We have to keep moving, and we all know it. I can see the wolf at the edge of my vision, several hundred feet out through the trees. Can't tell if it's one or two of them at that distance. We eventually do get back to Grandpa's car, which means he did know where he was going, thankfully. It's been covered in fresh snowfall since we left it there. But there's also 10-inch paw prints all over the place, on it and around it. We clean off the snow and see that there are dents in the hood, like hail fell on it, but they're right under where the paw prints were. On the drive home, we all swear to never speak of this to Grandma or to my mom. We have to swerve out of the way of a huge roadkill in the middle of the road, too. We almost drove off the road, but stopped just in time. The thing in the road that we swerved around was a huge mound of fur with no distinct animal-like forms. No head, no legs, no tail, and there was blood everywhere. It looked more like a giant skin thrown over a giant mound of flesh, and I can see it moving. Grandpa peels the heck out of there, driving home 30 miles per hour over the speed limit, and we never look back. My great-grandmother's encounter with the loup-garou in East Texas, from Major Batarang. My great-grandmother always used to tell a story about a werewolf-like creature called the loup-garou. At some point in her life, according to the version my grandpa used to tell, his mom lived along the Sabine River and had some friends over one night for supper. My great-grandmother lived in a house out in the woods, a short distance from town, and everyone was about ready to start heading back. It was past dusk, but not too late, and the guests were just starting to say their goodbyes, when a wailing howl shattered through the stillness of the forest. Everyone inside the house just froze, and one of the women uttered, "Loup-garou." They began shutting the windows in a panic, locking every door. It was believed that the loup-garou was unable to get inside a locked house. After a short time, and all the house was locked down, my great-grandmother and her guests gathered in the front parlor and hid in the shadows. From the woods rose another piercing howl, and the sounds were much closer now. As they all huddled in silence in the parlor, a heavy form stepped up onto the porch, the weight of its massive body straining the wooden planks. It walked past the door, jiggling its locked knob, and its heavy breathing fogged up the window panes as the creature stepped into the bright beams of the moonlight. It began to peer into the window, but everyone remained entirely motionless, holding their breath. The creature let out a mighty, possibly irritated howl, a howl that my grandpa said made my great-grandmother tremble years later. The beast then walked back into the woods, vanishing in the dark. The dinner party had been so scared that they all decided to stay the night, not daring to step foot outside until morning. In the morning, when they investigated the outside of the cabin, there were giant footprints in the mud all over, long claws sticking out from each of the toes. They didn't stay much longer in that house, moving into town not long after that, then soon moving into the Houston area. That's the story I used to hear from my grandpa. I personally don't know how true it is, but that's the beauty of folklore.
You get to hear it, you get to decide for yourself, and sometimes, if you're lucky, you get to see the fear creeping back up in the person who experienced the story. Fear that you can't fake. Dogman doesn't just howl, he whistles. From Mr. P. I'm 31 years old. I've never been scared of the dark. Then again, I've never been alone in the middle of farms or fields or woods until I was 13, and that happens to be when this occurred. I was 13 and I was with my grandfather. He owned a little farm in West Texas in a small town. We left the house that morning at around 6 or 7 a.m., just as the sun came up in the beginning of spring. There weren't any leaves on the trees, and the grass was yellow. It was a bit cold outside at the time, so we wore jackets to go feed the cows out on the farm. As we pulled up, the cows were not waiting by the fence to get cow feed as they usually did. It was then that we heard a strange whistling sound, similar to the noise a white-tailed deer makes, but longer and kind of aerated. I looked around feeling kind of anxious, trying to see where the sound came from. I tugged on my papa's arm, saying, "What's that sound?" He raised an eyebrow as if to ask what sound. I said, "It whistled like a deer." He shrugged and then began to shake the cake so that the cows would come over. They eventually did show up, but standing in the middle of the field around their calves, as if they were trying to protect them from something. As the bull came rushing up, stopping a good 3 yards from the gate at the barn, it looked up at the hayloft at the top of the barn. It began to huff and stir up dust with its hooves, never taking its eyes off of the loft. My grandpa was growing aggravated. He began to yell out for the cows, which he never did and obviously wouldn't work. He opened the gate, pouring the cake in a line like he usually does with the cows, keeping a close eye on the bull because he was acting so aggressive and strange. The bull would not stop snorting and kicking up dust, and even though he had fresh food in front of him, the bull would not stop staring at the hayloft. Curious, I looked up at the hayloft myself. The sun was shining through into the dark loft, allowing me to see that there was someone standing in there. Someone covered in black and gray fur, standing tall enough that they had to hunch over in a 6-foot-tall loft. Their hands were clawed, with 5 digits like a person, of course, but their silhouette boasted a more German Shepherd-like head shape. It stood there above the barn doors, where the trucks were. It startled me, so I stared at it, but quite quickly I grew so afraid that I did not want to be on the side of the fence alone, so I crawled through the barbed wire fence. I hastily went over to my papa, and I told him, "Look, who's that in the hayloft?" But, like a horror movie cliche, when my grandpa turned to look, the hayloft was empty. Nothing there," he said. I then frantically explained what I saw. He told me I was just tired, that he woke me up too early, and that the bull acting goofy must have spooked me. Probably just a barn owl, he said. So we finished up with the cows. Before we knew it, we were going back home to eat breakfast. That afternoon around lunchtime, my cousins and I went out to play on the farm. My papa and dad had taken us out there. I was telling my cousins what I saw and they simply laughed at me. I decided to take a flashlight and climb the ladder to the hayloft to see if I could find any trace of it up there. As I crawled up the ladder, I noticed a smell that I'd never smelled before, and to this day, I've never smelled anything like it. It was this old coppery dirt smell, mixed with wet dog, with a hint of urine. I shone the flashlight up only to see dark hair on the floor. This startled me, so I began to shimmy down the ladder fast.
I grabbed a pile of rocks and began to chunk them into the hayloft, trying to scare that thing out of the barn, but I didn't hear anything but rocks hitting the floor. I pulled out my pocket knife and forced myself to look back up there, thinking if anything came at me, I could stab it or cut it. Steadily, after a while, I crawled back up, peeking over to the fur, to see that the hay had been torn from the ropes binding it, and now there were huge claw marks in the wall, with a partially eaten deer laying there that hadn't been there before. I ran back down the ladder, yelling to my papa. After he investigated, he didn't say what it was. He simply told me that it was best to stay away from the barn. I wish I knew what that lump of fur was. I wish I knew what that thing standing in the hayloft was, and why the cows were so scared of it, but maybe it's best left a mystery. Just remember, some wolves don't howl, some of them whistle. Shapeshifter, or unnaturally large wolf, from Dakota M. This happened a few years ago on a family farm out in the country, specifically in Australia. On the farm, we have over 50 racing greyhounds that we look after every day. We had acres upon acres of green grass and crops, where I would often take some of these greyhounds out to run for hours. I loved it, but my life wasn't easy. My dad turned into a drug dealer. My mom was abused, and a lot of other things. One day, I was running around with my favorite greyhound, Delta, quite far from the farmhouse. I left my phone at home because I couldn't be bothered to bring it. We were running through a field of crops, and my mother and Nana always told me to never go too far to the side of the fields, but they would never say why. So I went around close to the border of the fields, which were greeted by a forest of trees from one side to the other. We walked and walked when I swear I heard twigs snapping and pounding thuds coming from the edge of the trees, though I couldn't see anything. By then it was getting dark, but it wasn't too noticeable. Even little Deli stopped putting her ears up from time to time towards the trees. So we began heading back, but I felt like there was something behind me. I glanced, but there was nothing. Then there was a loud snarl, followed by a crunching sound and a short howl, which made the two of us freeze. Then Delta started to growl, her ears forward, and she was baring her teeth. Then we both saw it, what appeared to be a huge, beautiful black wolf. I was confused and scared, because wolves were not around in Australia. The odd part was, it wasn't showing any signs of aggression. No baring teeth, no flat ears on its head, no odd tail movement. Delta then tucked her tail between her legs and her ears went flat, and she began to whimper. The thing that mostly drew my attention was its piercing, glowing yellow eyes, and weirdly enough, the creature gave off this vibe that actually made me feel comfortable. It stood in the long dead grass, staring at us with its ears pointed up like a statue. I took a risk and turned away quickly, running back for the house. When I made it to the top of the hill, I turned, but I could no longer see it. If anything, it may have been following me, stalking me where I couldn't see it, so we ran back home. I let Delta inside for the night, to keep her safe, as I did not want to take any chances. I of course told my mom of this, and she said I was probably seeing things. I then went to tell my Nan, who then told me a strange story. I didn't know about this, but my mother apparently had a miscarriage. They would have had a little girl before me, and she would have been my older sister. She then said that the creature may be the reincarnation of my older sister. I was dumbfounded.
Not sure if I believe that story. Then again, we don't have wolves here, and wolves don't get that big. But that wasn't the end of it. One day we went down to the closest shop open for dinner. When we came back, our locked front door had been smashed in. There were huge paw marks on the front porch, several times bigger than the greyhounds. Immediately, I thought of that massive wolf that I'd seen. My mother always kept a baseball bat in the car, just in case, but when she went inside, no one was in the house, and nothing had been taken. We had a camera on the front porch, so we checked it out, and I was shocked at what we saw. There was a guy dressed in black with a knife trying to picklock the door, before smashing it in. But before actually entering the home, we watched the guy throw the knife to the side and running off the porch into the darkness, as if he was in a panic at something. We should have been able to see what left the paw print, but we never did. It was like a clue as to what scared the guy, without any evidence of what could have made it. This influenced my family enough to actually call out a ranger and let them know that some kind of animal was lurking on the property and that it could be dangerous. But after all these years, I haven't seen it again. But I do know that if it truly was violent or dangerous, it would have ended me when it had the chance. Something was right outside. From GG. My best friend's parents own a small log cabin on a small, secluded river in the middle of the forest. It's about a 2-mile hike from the nearest highway. In this story, I'll refer to my best friend as M. 2 more of my friends factor into this story, and I'll refer to the one who was 16 years old as P, and the 15-year-old as J. It was mid-June of 2019. We were having a party to celebrate the end of our first year of high school. There were about 20 people who attended the party, but M, J, P, and myself stayed for the night. The actual party was very fun, and we all went swimming up and down the river. It wasn't too far from the cabin. Plus, there's a long rock that sticks out about 40 feet above the river, which we named Chicken Rock, because if you don't jump off into the water from it, you're a chicken. Personally, I love jumping off the thing, so myself and M quickly climbed up to the small outcrop. There were about 5 other people following us who wanted to jump. M and myself helped people climb up the small rock face to get to the Chicken Rock, so we were the last 2 people to actually jump off. When it came to us, I let M go first. I watched as he plummeted downward and landed into the river. As I stood on the top of the rock, I could see the forest around me, everyone swimming happily below. And if my eyes weren't deceiving me, there was something on the other side of the river in the woods. It was pretty far back, but my high vantage point allowed me to barely make out a large black shape. I have no idea what it was, but my friends started yelling at me for taking too long. When I looked back up at the figure, the thing was gone. I jumped into the river and we swam back. I said nothing because it would sound insane. We had some dinner and everyone talked, but at around 8 p.m. people who were not spending the night made their way back to where we designated a space for them to park. By 9 p.m., everyone except for myself, M, J, P, and M's family were gone. There were only 8 of us in all. My 3 friends and I went out to the edge of the river and built a small campfire. We sat around it for a good hour, talking about the school year and our summer plans. We were having a good time, but then it began to pour, and the fire was quickly put out. We walked back to the cabin and all sat down inside. As for the sleeping arrangements, my 3 friends and I would sleep on the screened-in porch, while M's family slept inside on the couch and the bed. We went to sleep around 11 p.m. after playing some board games. No more strange things had happened since I jumped off the rock, but the night was about to take a turn for the worst. We were sleeping on the screened-in porch. It was pretty uncomfortable, so we had a very hard time actually falling asleep. I do remember eventually falling asleep, and when I woke up, it was still pitch black. The only thing I could see was the faint outline of my friends sleeping, and the moon's reflection off the river, faintly lighting the areas around it. Something had to have awakened me, but I was not exactly sure what it was yet. But then I heard it. A loud howl coming from the other side of the river. In fact, it sounded like it was coming from the same place I'd seen that figure earlier. I went completely silent and still. It went on for a good 20 minutes in the same spot before finally stopping. I stayed quiet, realizing that my friends were no longer breathing deeply and slowly, because they too had been awakened and had been listening to the howl. M, who was a Boy Scout, turned to us in the darkness and whispered, "I've never heard anything like that before." I quietly whispered back, "Would you say that was a coyote?" "No, that wasn't a coyote," M replied. "Too loud, too deep, and we don't have wolves around here either." Now we were all scared, lying on the screened-in porch having no idea what to do. No idea how long until the sun came up. A little while later, the howl came again, interrupting my friends whispering to each other. Same spot, same howl. This time it came every 30 seconds for a few minutes, until I noticed something. It was getting fainter, perhaps moving away from us, down the river, perhaps moving away toward the lake. But then, when we all thought it was about to be over, it changed course and began heading this way. "It must have gone around the lake," I whispered. M said, "Yeah, it's definitely getting closer." He was right. The howling was getting louder and happened more frequently. Just when it sounded like it was right there, it stopped completely. We were all completely quiet, hardly even breathing. We began to hear twigs cracking under something heavy, and whatever it was, walked near the waterline. The moon's reflection illuminated it. We were all horrified, yet amazed at the same time. It was massive. We have a hammock strung between two trees nearby that's about 3 feet off the ground. This thing was more than 2 times the size of it, and it was further away. I would guess it was at least 8 feet tall. Then it began growling. It walked on its back legs over to the cabin. The growling was so close, whatever it was stood right outside the screened porch. I thought it could have just reached right through and grabbed us, but it never tried. It stood there for a while, before slowly making its way back into the woods. The thump of its steps and the branches cracking grew fainter and fainter, until we could all breathe a sigh of relief. We heard one final howl, and then heard it no more. None of us fell asleep that night, and when the sun finally came up, we were ready to leave. M's family had heard whatever the thing was too, and asked if we had seen what made the sound. We told them everything, and they weren't sure what it was either. One thing is for sure, we all saw whatever it was, and don't plan on going back to that cabin anytime soon.
Is That a Werewolf? By Yona. I live in Delhi, India. A couple of months ago, my best friend Varuna and I were sitting in our room studying for our upcoming finals. With only a couple of weeks left, we were extremely stressed and stayed up for hours that night to prepare. It was our college graduation exams, and we both were pursuing the same subject, living in the same apartment complex and going to the same college. I've known Varuna since we were kids. We met during our kindergarten years, so we were quite close. So it was a long night of preparation, and we were sitting in our living room studying. Our apartment was on the 5th floor, which faces a huge empty plot of land. The only trees present in that land are big coconut trees. The ground is full of tall grasses which cover up the land. There is a huge pond in the middle as well. When we first moved in, that piece of land was seriously spooky, as there were no houses, and there were tons of wild foxes that lived out there. We could hear them barking or screaming every night, which is pretty chilling the first time you hear it, but we both grew used to it. To separate the land from our complex, there was a huge 6-foot wall which prevents the foxes from coming in. From our living room terrace, we could see the foxes running around looking for food. It was around 2:30 a.m. and Varuna and I were chugging coffee and quizzing each other, and the foxes started howling and barking. We didn't pay attention to them, and instead tried to focus. Usually they do this at intervals every night, so it was nothing new. However, this time, they didn't stop barking. Usually they'd stop after maybe a couple of minutes, but they were at it for literally an hour. The complex is new and not many people live here, not to mention the street was pretty far away, so there was no noise from the vehicles or other people. That night, their continuous barking really irked us because we were trying to concentrate. To make matters worse, the stray dogs that lived around our complex began barking back at them. Our complex is full of them because it's still under construction, and they get a lot of food from the workers and a few people that live here. We have 2 Labrador retrievers as well, Danny and Drogo, yes, named from Game of Thrones. They rushed to the terrace and their back hair was standing up. We didn't pay them much attention at first, but after a while, we walked over to the terrace to bring them back in before they started barking like crazy. I got them on their leashes and tried to control them, afraid they'd take off or jump from the terrace. I got them back inside. Then Varuna and I went back outside. We wanted to know if there was something they were all barking at, to see if it wasn't just some argument between the foxes and dogs. At first, we saw a few foxes running around. Then suddenly, we saw a massive figure standing up from the ground. Honestly, I thought it was a person at first, but then it stood up, and it appeared to be holding something in its mouth. Something that I soon realized was the body of a fox. We stood there staring at it without making so much as a whimper. That's when our dogs decided to empty their lungs at this thing. The creature turned at us, glaring at us, and I could see it had a long snout, shabby rusty gray hair, and pointed ears. Its eyes held such a malicious gaze and looked almost silvery in color. It looked like it was breathing heavily and growling at the same time. We watched it pull the fox from its mouth with an especially sharp, clawed hand. What on earth are we looking at? Varuna basically screeched beside me, digging her nails into my arms and breaking me out of my shock. The beast turned, got down on the ground, and began running. We could see it going further away as it broke the grass and trampled on it, running at full speed. We were soon left standing there, staring into a now empty field. The dogs had stopped barking and were now nuzzling my leg, trying to get my attention. I noticed their tails had been tucked under their bodies. We went to the rooms and started closing the windows and pulling the curtains back. I've never been so scared in my life. Even though we saw the thing run away, we were sure it'd be back, especially with all the foxes in that field. We switched off the lights and sat on the sofa, not really speaking for a long time. We could still hear the distant barking and howling of the foxes, but they soon gave up as well. We fell asleep on the couch that night together and woke up quite late.
Varuna was still shaken up by the experience and wanted to go investigate, but I didn't want to go out there, daylight or nighttime. What if that thing came back and we were there? We waited for 2 weeks to see if it would come back, but we never saw it again, and I can't be any more thankful for that. I Survived the Dogman by Unnamed Hunter. The incident occurred in November of 2015, the week before Youth Weekend in Vermont. I went out alone with my hatchet, machete, and water. That's it. I thought myself a self-made survivalist, and I was either too young or too dumb to know any better. I didn't know how truly dangerous the wilderness could be. To set the scene for you, I was alone in 110 acres of woods. I stupidly chose to go to the thickest section. I walked out to an area of spruce trees that had a decent amount of deer activity, and once I got to the location, I got to work making my deer blind using deadfalls and spruce boughs. I was making a lot of noise with my hatchet, cutting logs to make the 3 walls to lean the spruce boughs on. That's when I thought I heard a stick snap behind me. I stopped and slowly turned to see what had made the sound. When I turned around, I saw that I was still alone, although I did notice that the woods around me had gone unnaturally quiet. I was too inexperienced to know that that was a bad sign. I went back to work, and the same snaps kept happening, moving around the side of me. That's when I heard a guttural growl, a snarl. I turned and saw huge dog-like legs with claws or nails that were at least 3 inches long. I looked up, trembling as I took in the sight. Not even 15 feet away from me was the largest dog or wolf-looking thing I'd ever seen, and what really disturbed me was the way it had a human expression upon its face, baring its teeth in a chilling-looking smile. I was dumbfounded. All I could think to do was keep my eyes on it and slowly back away. I did exactly that, and it did the same, mirroring my movement, but coming closer, not backing up like I was. It only stopped when I made it to the edge of the woods. I do not know why it didn't follow me out, why it didn't end me when it had the chance, because it easily could have at any moment. These days, I don't do my hunting or surviving out in those woods anymore, and if you go out in the woods yourself, I don't recommend you go unless you go well armed. Werewolf in the Barn by Skylar H. I lived in South Minnesota on a private property in farm country. The property was rather large and heavily wooded in most parts. There was also a small pond and steep stream bed. It was the beginning of November when I had my encounter with this monster. My wife and I had just finished cleaning up after our yearly Halloween party. We had invited the entire family out and set up a haunted trail that the younger people in the family could enjoy. It was 2 days after the party had happened, and it was about 8:50 p.m. We had finally finished storing all the decorations, and we also moved our 5 horses up to the main barn from their lockout pasture. We had put them down there so we could use the main pasture for the trail. The horses did not make it very easy, though. They bolted as soon as we opened their gate. This wasn't usually like them. We basically had to run the mile uphill to catch up. We set out fresh hay and locked them in, since there was going to be a hard freeze that night. I had just put dinner in and was enjoying some television when my phone got a text message in the kitchen. I lazily got to my feet when I heard the horses going crazy in the barn. I figured one of the farm dogs had gotten locked in with them. They do prefer to sleep on the hay instead of our carpet. I grabbed my spotlight and I walked out to the porch. Surprisingly, I found all my dogs there, all of them staring at the barn. I shined the light down into the lockout pasture and saw the horses all on one side of the corral. They were also staring at the open barn door. At that point, I was still assuming they had gotten spooked by something small, maybe a bat flying around or a tool falling off the wall. I yelled back to my wife, who was upstairs, "Something spooked the horses. I'm gonna go round them up. Can you help out?" It took her a minute to reply, saying that she'd be out in a few. I called for the dogs to come with me and started for the barn. I walked into the barn pasture, and the horses immediately trotted to crowd around me, almost pushing me over. I yelled and they backed off, giving me some space. My wife's mare, Cherry, kept rubbing her muzzle against me, eyes wide and terrified. I grabbed a nearby stool and brush and began to pat her backside, which is something she enjoyed, and I was trying to calm her down real quick. And that's when I noticed the 4 long parallel slashes going down her leg. I immediately thought there was a bear, and I shone the light into the barn. Besides a few tools and some buckets thrown around, there was nothing. I figured if there was a bear, it had smelled some of the garbage left in the upper level from the party. I was about to start to lock the horses back up when I noticed a bale of hay lying on the floor, twine still on it. It was not there when I locked them up. I went rigid and shone my light up to the loft, expecting to see a black bear, but I could only see the first couple of feet of the loft, so I had to climb up. I walked over to the ladder and noticed some dark gray hair hanging on a nail about halfway up. Right before I was about to climb up, I heard my wife behind me start to scream, along with the horses whinnying. I spun around to see her shining her own light upward to the top of the barn. "The window," she said. Drawing my courage, I climbed up the ladder, and I looked toward the window. It wasn't a bear. At first, I thought it was one of my younger relatives pulling a prank on me. But when the creature opened its mouth and started to pant like a dog, I knew it was no prank. It was about 6 feet tall and at least 200 pounds, halfway through the window of the barn loft. It was dark gray with a lighter shade around its neck. Its head was very similar to a German Shepherd, but with a much larger muzzle. And its eyes, the closest I can describe them in color, would be beer, but like someone was showing a dull yellow light through it. Those eyes were locked on me, mouth still open, revealing sharp and jagged teeth, stained light brown. It was almost leaning out of the window, one hand resting on the side. Its hands resembled almost a raccoon's hands, with long bony fingers and sharp claws. I slowly climbed back out of the barn, and I made my way to my wife. There we could still see this thing, now on the other side of the window, staring out. My wife was about to scream again, but I shot my hand back and covered her mouth. She immediately grabbed my arm and clung to me. The creature put both hands on the window, while I leaned down and whispered to my wife, "On 3, we run and we don't look back." Before I could finish the sentence, the creature had jumped down and went to all fours, growling, and we simply bolted. We ran the 25-yard gap between the house and barn in record time. The dogs had all run back to the deck and were now growling and baring their teeth at the thing. My wife reached the door first and flung it open, but when she turned to me, she screamed. I risked it, glancing back behind me, and saw that the thing was terribly close, less than 10 feet. I reached the front steps and jumped as hard and as far as I could, and thankfully landed inside with the dogs right behind me. My wife slammed the door and was then thrown back as the door was flung back open, the thing standing up and staring down at us, baring its teeth. It wasn't all the way in, though. I jumped up and placed all my weight into the barely opened door. It shut and latched, but I soon felt something heavy outside slamming its weight against the door, and I heard the wood begin to crack. My wife thankfully had recovered and rushed to my side to set the lock in place. We then left the entryway, locking every door we saw, and ran into our kitchen. The only window there was a small one above the sink, which we hid under, hopefully out of sight of the thing. We huddled there for 3 hours, waiting and listening. Each of our dogs were set in different entryways in other rooms, all observant and waiting as well. We heard each one growling, one after the other, as if something was outside the house, walking around. Not too long after that, we heard the horses whining, followed by a loud crash. I figured they had broke down the gate and had escaped back into the pasture. We felt relieved until one of the dogs bared its teeth a moment later, and the assault on our house continued. Eventually, around midnight, when things settled down, the dogs no longer bared their teeth. We went to the bedroom, shut all the curtains, and locked the doors. We tried to sleep, but every little sound outside made me jump, and my wife was worried about our horses. Just when the sun began to rise, we managed to fall asleep. When we woke up, we immediately got dressed and went to check on the horses. They were all fine, scared but fine. We patched up Cherry, my wife's mare, with her deep gashed cuts. We went over to the barn door to see what needed fixing, but what we saw surprised us. The latch to the barn door had been undone and flipped up, the way a person would open it. No animal could do that. I realized this thing must have been quite intelligent, which made it all the more horrifying. That day we went into town. We got a deadbolt for the barn, and we went to a sporting goods store and bought a gun. After that night, we didn't have any more encounters, unless you count the horses refusing to leave the barn a few weeks later. I asked my nearby neighbors if anything strange had happened on their properties, but no one had any problems, except for one of them. The one was a few miles south of our property. When I asked what happened, all he told me was that they lost a stallion a few weeks prior to my encounter. I asked him if he saw anything, and he gave me a funny look. He said it looked like a bear got at it, real bad, tore up his stallion real good. I wondered if he was hiding something, hiding a story that he thought others wouldn't believe, but I didn't push the subject any further. Since then, I can't look at the woods the same way anymore. If these things are out there, who knows what else is? I don't feel safe going fishing, camping, or even horseback riding anymore. But I will say this to you. If you're outside at night, always watch your back. Dogman by Haley. I was at a bus stop waiting for the bus to get me. It was very dark outside, and there was no light, so I had turned on my phone flashlight hoping I wouldn't be passed up by the bus. I waited a good 10 minutes before I saw it. I began waving my light in the direction of the driver, hoping they would see me, but they did not, and I ended up getting passed by. Knowing that my house was about a mile or two down the road, I started to run down the road, and as I was running, I heard something that made me pause only for a moment. A screaming howl. Not like any wolf or dog I'd ever heard. It was terribly close, too. My heart started beating faster than it ever had before, and I was running with tears coming down my face, but I had no intention of stopping. The road I was running down was lined with thick trees on each side. My panicking anxiety made it seem like the trees were closing in on me, but I knew they weren't, and I tried to remain calm. The screaming howl came again, and it was getting closer. I wasn't sure if I was running to it, or if I was being chased by something. Once I had reached the house, it looked like nobody was home. My parents do not keep the front door unlocked, so I had to run around to the back, but I could not get into that door either. My heart was pounding. All I could do was wait and prayed that the howling would stop. Soon, I heard my parents arrive home, and I ran to the front door. I found them in the living room. They'd brought home some food, and they had started eating. I interrupted them, explained the noise that I had heard, and I was wondering if they'd seen anything on their way here. They both looked at me confused, and my dad said they hadn't seen anything, but I was welcome to check the front yard. I was standing on the front porch, too anxious to eat. I was scared, but also extremely curious. Whatever was out there, whatever I had heard, I wanted to see it. It was like I couldn't feel better about the situation unless I did see the thing. And as I stood there waiting for any movement in the dark, I saw what appeared to be a person walking toward our house. But as it got closer, I saw how far from human it was. It had very long, tall, thick legs, extremely long, sinewy arms that hung down to its knees. Its shoulders were hunched over, and the closer it got, the faster its speed picked up. When it was all too close, I turned and ran inside. I sat down quickly by my mom, getting close to her side. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was panicking so much. As she was trying to comfort me, we began to hear scratching along the walls of the house, like it was coming from the back end. When I stood up to look out the window behind my dad, I saw two of the same figures walking around the house. My family went quiet for a while, until the scratching went away, and I could no longer see the silhouettes walking around outside. I remember my dad saying, Did you see how big those were?" To this day, he believes that they were just dogs or maybe bears, but I'd seen one up close, and I'd have to disagree about that. My family is planning on moving into a more secluded area near a lake, and I can't help but feel a bit nervous about living even deeper in the wilderness. The Summer Monster by Jared. I lived in mid-Michigan, not the ghettos part, although I do live very close to a few hotspots. No, I live in a more rural part, the part of Michigan that's flat farmland with large patches of forest, where the DNR is constantly receiving stories of weird animals. The latest is an out-of-place big cat, or cats I should say, jaguars and panthers. But that's not what I'm here to talk about, even though I wish it was. It began around the mid-90s. It was a warm summer when I began to see something stalking the roads and forests. My first encounter was in 5th grade. Before then, I was always really sick as a kid, so I was never outside too often. As I got older and stronger, I began faring much easier with the outside world. On my parents' property, we have tons of feral cats, close to a dozen on average, and of course they all have kittens pretty much. At the time, I had a big collie named Barney, who has sadly since passed away. Barney absolutely loved to cuddle the kittens regardless of their age, meaning the kittens would go into shock being stolen from their mom by this giant ball of love. We'd have to go outside and take the kittens from the poor dog and give them back to their moms, which was usually pretty easy, but not that summer. On that day, it had happened again. I went outside our house and began to look for the cats. I got around to the back of the place by our barn, and around 100 feet or so I could hear what sounded like snapping. Not like twig snapping, but corn stalks. I looked up past our barn to the field by my house and saw this huge black shadow, clearly heavily covered in matted fur, tearing through the field towards me. I was frozen. I've never seen this before. I mean, I've watched spooky shows and even been into cryptozoology my whole life, but nothing prepares you for something like this. Once the fear kicked in and I decided to make a break for it, I ran full speed back to the house. By the time I got inside, My parents were terrified. They knew I'd seen something, and they began to console me. See, they knew I saw something because a large unknown animal had attacked my mom while she was outside a few summers before that, back when it first started showing up. She said she had run inside after feeling a very bad feeling, only to suddenly have a giant animal trying to break in through our front door. Fast forward around a week or two later, my mom and I were both back outside. The same deal, missing kittens with the big cuddle dog. This time, we barely made it back to the door. My flashlight went past our barn towards the woods behind the house. A neighbor had an old derelict truck there, and horrifyingly, I saw something standing beside it. I mean, standing too, like it was taller than the top of the truck. I saw these giant glowing eyes. I don't remember much about color. I want to say red or orange, but that was so long ago, and I was too scared to look any further. My mom suddenly grabbed me. We raced back to the house and quickly locked the door, making sure to put as much space between us and that thing as possible. I'm an adult now, but I still see things like it around. I used to have a room upstairs in my house, but now I sleep in the basement. One big factor for that move was because some nights I could hear crunching outside, like something heavy walking on pebbles, followed by slow breathing and shallow growling as something stood up right by my window. Then there were the screams coming from the woods, something that still freaks me out when I hear it. It's kind of like a kid screaming, but throw in some bass and make it more feral. It always gets all the dogs in the neighborhood barking, even though none of us are too close to each other. And the thing has a smell, like rotten lettuce and decaying possum. The smell of it comes far before the thing ever shows up. I learned really quick to be careful and wary outside. Just because we've developed society and civilization doesn't mean there still aren't very dangerous animals out there. Most of which, if you don't see it first, you'll never see it until it's too late. It Follows by Brady Kickbush. I was practically raised by my grandma, grew up on her property. She taught me about everything, and when school first started, I would always take the bus home to her place, as it was closer and easier for my mom to pick me up there. I absolutely despised school though. When winter came around, it got very cold. Here in Indiana, it can go from summer to winter in like 5 seconds. School had not let out for winter break yet, and I was waiting for the bus to come pick me up. I was outside. It was quite dark because of how overcast the sky was. Something felt wrong though. There was this intense feeling I had, like someone was watching me. I didn't know what to do, or if I should have done anything. Even though I felt like I was just paranoid, I thought I was going to vomit. And I almost did, when I saw the thing coming out from behind a nearby bush. As any normal person would, I first assumed it was just a dog. The hair, the shape of it, it all matched a dog. But the size of it, it was way too big for any normal dog. And when I saw its back arch as it rose up, I saw that the front-facing limbs of it were not legs, but rather arms. It was staring straight at me, and I think the only thing that saved me from that situation was the bus finally coming. As it screeched to a halt, I ran to get my seat and looked out the window to see if the thing was still there. But it wasn't. It was long gone, and I began trying to convince myself that all I saw was a waking dream or something. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep last night. As the years passed by, even more bizarre things began to happen. The feeling of being watched would come and go. Then there was the one time I heard someone growling outside.
Large Shadow Before the Storm by Braden. I must have been around 8 years old. Me and my 4 siblings were at home by ourselves right before a large storm hit. They were all focused on some chore, I can't remember, and they told me to go outside to bring in the toys that we had played with earlier so that they didn't get covered or lost in mud. Outside, the storm clouds were rolling in, and the wind was already blowing like crazy. I felt cold, sprinkling rain touch my skin, so I knew I had to work fast to get inside before it started into a full-out rain. Our backyard was very large compared to the other houses in the area, and I was standing in the back part of it. The wind began to pick up as I was almost done. I looked back at the house and saw something toward the side of it. I thought it was our neighbor, until I thought, why would our neighbor be creeping along the side of our house like that? There weren't any windows on that side for him to look into, and he wouldn't have any need to do that anyway. The figure was also quite tall and extremely built or buff, and it took me a moment to realize just how tall it actually was. About 6'6", much taller and hairier than our neighbor. That's about as far as I can go with the details. After what felt like an eternity just staring at the thing, it walked toward the front of the house. When it was gone out of my sight, in a panicked run, I ran through the back door as fast as I could and didn't bother to get my siblings to come with me. Instead, I sprinted to the front windows to see if it was still there. It couldn't have been more than 15 seconds from when I last saw it. It should have been in our front yard, or at least still in view from the windows. But it wasn't. It had completely vanished. I tried to tell my siblings what I saw, but none of them believed me. That was irritating, because I looked at it way too long for this to be part of my imagination. It was real. It was tangible. After eating dinner, we all went on like normal, but I could not get the thought of the thing out of my head. I think what I saw was a werewolf. It was too human-looking, too large, to be the neighbor or the neighbor's dog, and I think if I had gone outside any sooner, I would have seen it face to face. The Wolf with No Tail by Eddie McCall. My story starts off pretty tragic. I was with my boyfriend. I was trying to console him, as he had recently got the news that his grandparents had passed away in a car crash. He wanted to go outside into the woods, something that always helped to clear his mind, and he asked me if I could join him. Of course, I didn't mind. I do really love our local woods, the birds chirping, the leaves whirling in the wind. So we let our families know where we were going. The walk from our houses there was around 20 minutes. We reached a camping area at around 8 p.m. It was still nice and bright because it was summer. When it was dark, we ate some homemade sandwiches and went into our tent to get some rest. We wanted to get some shut-eye early, so we could wake up early and go on a nice morning walk. At around 2 a.m., Adam woke me up saying that he heard something outside the tent. He was hearing a growl, but me being more skeptical about stuff, I told him it was most likely a raccoon or something. I think he believed me at first, and we laid back down. A little while later, he woke me up again. So we both went outside to check what the growling was, and that was the moment that will haunt me forever. There was this large wolf with red-looking eyes, and it had flat teeth like a person and no tail at all. The two of us backed back up into the tent, terrified, having no idea what we just saw. After about an hour, we heard footsteps walking away from our campsite, and Adam suddenly told me to pack up everything as quickly and quietly as possible. We made our way out of those woods, regretting ever going in them. It was definitely the strangest thing we've ever seen. My Encounters with the Beast of Bray Road by Ethan C. from the YouTube channel Backyard Biologist. My first sighting was 4 years ago. I was walking down my road when my neighbor's dog got loose. The dog started circling me, with the intent to attack at some point, I'm sure. I had my pocket knife ready for whatever was about to happen. Around that time, I heard some rustling sounds coming from the woods 10 yards away from me. As I looked to my left, I saw this huge wolf-like creature walking away. My neighbor's dog, more curious than afraid, followed the noise. I turned around and took the moment to run back to my house. On the second encounter last year, it was very dark out and I was jumping on my trampoline. My mother had recently called me in and I was wrapping things up when I noticed something running up and down the tree line. A few seconds later, whatever it was stopped in its tracks and looked at me. By then I had stopped jumping and was just staring at this thing. The size and stature of it was astonishing. It was at least 2.5 times the size of an ordinary dog, though it was still the shape of one. I was so paralyzed with fear, we must have stared at each other for a solid minute. That's when I had the courage to get up and run inside as fast as I could. It took me quite a long time to get the courage to go back outside at night again, but even then, I'm quite cautious of the woods. Amazon by Joey. It was 2:30 p.m. and it was time for my shift. I work from 3 to 11 at one of Amazon's warehouses. I work with a guy named Jack, your average hardworking guy, and we like to stick together during our shifts whenever we can. The day went by pretty fast, and I was surprised. Things don't usually go that smoothly at the warehouse. By 10 p.m., I had to go mop up the bathrooms and Jack did the shelving area. Then we'd check everything and go. I was finishing the last stall when Jack called me over to him. He said, "Did you hear that?" I replied with, "What do you mean, man?" "That growl and thud sound." It was all silent to me, but was suddenly broken by a quick snarl and growling sound together, followed by extremely heavy footsteps coming from just outside the walls of the building. Our shifts were over, but we were hesitant to leave after that, not wanting to step a foot outside of the warehouse. Eventually we did, and we were walking over to his car. We heard the footsteps coming again, and before we started to freak out, I glanced in the direction of the sound, and what I saw gave me the most jaw-dropping, wide-eyed moment. Standing on literally 2 hind legs, towering over me, was an estimated 7-foot monster, something with the shape of both a man and a wolf. Jack and I basically dove right into his car and drove out of there. The sight still haunts me to this day, and none of our other coworkers believe us, and we're just left here praying we never see it again. Monster in My Campsite from Phoenix Boy 30. I was in high school. Me and 2 friends of mine, Jay and Ray, had been talking about taking a camping trip to a popular swimming spot in Oregon. We eventually agreed on a spot. Me and Jay asked Ray not to bring his girlfriend Sabrina, as we wanted it to just be us guys. We planned to go the weekend after Halloween. I stayed at Jay's the day before, so we could wake up, pack up, then head over to Ray's. But when we got there, Sabrina was there with camping gear. Now, Jay and I could not stand Sabrina. We said we forgot something and went back to Jay's. We grabbed a werewolf costume that I used on Halloween. After everything was packed up at Ray's, we left the city and went to the campsite. After about a 45-minute drive and a 4-hour hike through the woods, we finally made it to our spot. We set up our tents and got a fire going before dark. Sabrina, well, she was doing nothing but complaining. Jay and I said we were going to bed, as it's been a long day, and so Ray and Sabrina decided to do the same. But Jay and I weren't really going to bed. Jay instead helped me get into my werewolf outfit. I went over to Ray's tent and scratched at it, crouching down in front of the tent door. I looked over at Sabrina. She screamed. When I saw Ray reaching for his 9mm, I quickly pulled off my mask and laughed, shouting, "It's just me, man." Ray said it wasn't funny, and we argued. Eventually, I went to bed. At about 2:30 or 3:30 a.m., sometime around there, Jay and I heard heavy footsteps walking around outside. Something was leaning in and pushing on the tent. We thought it was Ray trying to get back at us. Whatever it was walking around on 2 legs. The following morning, when Jay and I stepped outside, we quickly found the footprints of it. They looked canine in origin, and they definitely were on 2 legs. They traced around our and Ray's tent. So we confronted Ray, asking him if he was trying to scare us last night. But Ray denied that it was him, because he had been thinking that we were messing with him. The 3 of us, confused, followed the tracks back to the tree line and saw massive claw marks down the tree. We quickly packed up, and we have not gone back there since. All of us still talk from time to time, but we don't bring up that night. I wonder what would have happened if one of us was outside the tents when that thing came around. A True Werewolf, from Shadow Warrior. The incident happened many years ago when I was in high school. I'd heard initially about the said mentioned incident on the news on television, as well as at school, to exercise caution while roaming about on your own. The name of the incident was the Freed Park Murders. It took place in Houston, Texas. It's still listed as a cold case to this day. I didn't know that until I had looked up the case online. At the time of the incident, I'd resided in apartments that were located right down the street from Freed Park. The apartments are no longer there. Instead, there's now an IKEA there. Back in high school, I would be defined under the category of an introvert or a loner. I was very selective of who I defined as my friend. During lunchtime, I had the tendency to sneak into the school library and go to the upstairs region to look at paranormal books that they had on file during my lunch break. I was fortunate to make friends with another individual who practiced the same customs. During lunch, we would talk about paranormal events and their credibility of existence. As a result, at one point in time, this friend approached me in our school gym during a pep rally and informed me that another individual he knew wished to have a talk with me. They were sitting in the bleachers at the time. I walked over and introduced myself. As a result, for some reason or another, we took a shining to one another. He made it a point at that moment to inform me that he was cursed to be a werewolf. I didn't quite know what to believe at that moment. As time went on, he invited me to his apartment in the apartments that were next to Freed Park, and still are to this day, just listed under a different name, and are operated under new management. When I made it to this guy's home, he gave me specific details of how he had transformed into a werewolf. He showed me where he had jumped from his bedroom window on the 2nd floor onto the ground below, leaving huge paw prints and indentations in the ground. I actually saw the prints he had mentioned. They were quite big, and they did look like they came from a canine. He also walked me through the woodline of Freed Park to show me the ritual site of some witches or a coven, who had helped him to metamorphosize into a werewolf, supposedly. Once he was done with his explanations or admission, I left in a hurry. I don't have any evidence of what really took place with him, only testimonial hearsay, really.
This guy later moved, and I don't know where he is to this day. Maybe it's all hype or hallucination for him, but I'll let you be the judge. Whether or not he was crazy, it was still an eerie thing to experience that night.
That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.